Welcome to the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I'm the chief host of College Genesis, guiding you through the next couple of hours of interesting conversations, stimulating debate and discussion. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This is your host of the most, the man bringing you the plan, and be here or be nowhere. We always say, be here or be nowhere. Now, when we have topics like the end of mass deportation, should we be concerned? Things are going to get heated tonight. What's going down in Colorland. You know it, right? So stop what you're doing, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell an enemy, tell whoever it is, but tell somebody about the show so they could join the party tonight, because we are discussing this is the Donald Trump shuffle tonight. Everyone's doing the Donald Trump shuffle. I don't understand what the hell's. Maybe I could learn something tonight. I for one not worried or anything like that. Maybe I should be. Who knows? Maybe I'm not looking into it as hard enough. But like I said, all the problems I got in life were not. The end of DEI and mass deportations is not on my list of priorities. So maybe somebody could tell me something I don't know. Is this something I should be concerned about? Should I be concerned about DEI and mass deportations, deporting people of color left and right and everything like that? Should I be concerned about this stuff? Should Black America be concerned about this stuff? So if we're not concerned about it, why aren't we concerned about it? Does it concern us? Does watching Haitians and other Black people, Jamaicans, bother you? Get deported? Some of our favorite friends from Nigeria, Ghana, Liberia, and all these countries in the world, the Congo and everything. If they start getting mass deportations, how exactly will we feel about that? Do we have any allegiance to these people? They're Black, and like I said, I consider myself a Pan Africanist for the most part. So am concerned about seeing Black people get deported and everything like that. But realistically, what exactly can I do? I don't know what exactly I do. I don't know what people want from us, Black America. What exactly do they expect us to do? Do they want us to march in the streets and go to war with the Trump MAGA people? Are they crazy? They think we're suicidal. They think we're stupid. I don't know if we can do anything. And this DEI stuff is just way out of blown way out of proportion. DEI, people a lot of times we hear words like inclusion, DEI, civil rights, we automatically think that Black people are going to benefit from stuff, or POC, or equal rights to when they say minority representation. They use these buzzwords and these virtual signaling words to trigger Black people, because as soon as you hear the word civil rights, you automatically feel that's what we're supposed to fight. We've been so brainwashed with civil rights, affirmative action, and stuff like that. Even though when you look at affirmative action historically, Black people never really benefited from affirmative action. Nobody can actually tell you, like, they have the Equal Rights Amendment and stuff like that, the Civil Rights Movement. There's been no case definitive that any of these laws ever improved Black unemployment or anything like that in this country. Now, when somebody has a DEI hire, what I'm reading, right, it's like they just want to basically hire somebody just to have diversity, And I don't believe diversity shouldn't be the end game. It should be a consequence of education, hard work, and merit. If we can get to that point, then you'll have diversity. That's the problem right there. But just to give diversity, just to have diversity, I don't want to look. When I'm flying on an airplane and whatnot, I don't want to. I don't want a pilot that they said, is he qualified? Has he flown before? No, he hasn't. But how do we know he can land his plane? It doesn't matter, even though that's a little far fetched. Of course, he's gonna know some training. But if somebody's putting their life in my hands, I don't want a DEI hire. I want the best person that had the most training and everything. If the person's not qualified, I don't want nobody putting them in there just to fill some quota or just to say we have diversity. I'm sick of this diversity. Then once when you do this, I noticed something. It's always basically a POC. It's always a black woman. It's always a black woman. This even when they have DEI, you never see black African American males. So they can just plug anybody in there. You can pull a mixed race person. Am I blocked? I don't know about that, Mr. Donald Trump. I didn't block you. You type it in a chat room. So how would you be blocked if you're typed in the chat room? I don't get it. I don't know. I don't think you're blocked. You was blocked. You wouldn't be able to type in the chat room. My comments were what comments? I don't know. I didn't move anything. I don't know. Maybe you didn't type well enough or something. I didn't remove your comments. That I know about. But yeah, so this idea, you could type in a chat, but your comments would disappear. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know anything about how this StreamYard works and everything. I just run the show and everything like that. I don't know. All I can tell you is truthfully, I'm not doing it. Well, I don't see. I see. The whole thing is this. Mass deportations, right? Now the problem was why do we have mass influx? I just saw the video the other day where in El Paso, Texas, thousands of illegals tried to bum rush and get into the country. You cannot friggin' make this shit up. I'm like, they basically try to bum rush inside of a country, and then when they put up the electric wires, they couldn't get in. They're crying, blah blah blah. You cannot look. America cannot have. You cannot have millions of people flooding into this country. It's not sustainable. Let me tell you something. When these people come here, they got to get housing, right? That's going to push housing and rent up. There's going to be a housing shortage right now because of the mass numbers of illegals that are here. Yeah. So the whole thing is, what I do say is that America basically caused a lot of problem by meddling in these countries. Let me tell you something. The reason why America really is, even though America calls itself a superpower, America is like a big, what America reminds me of, with all due respect to the president's son, Barron Trump. He's a tall, good-looking kid, 7 foot tall, whatever. He was probably brilliant with the school, got education, probably a real smart kid. But he is not capable of being president because he doesn't have life experience. Okay, that's why the Constitution says you have to be 35 years old. They feel that's an age where you had enough years of thought and everything like that you're a man now when you turn 35. Okay, so therefore America is like less than 250 years old as a republic. America has way too much influence, being basically a startup country still. America is a very young country, adolescent country, almost like adolescent. So America does things adolescently. You look at American foreign policy, it's very basic and childish. The way Americans think about the world. But when you look at countries like China and Japan, even Russia, they're more mature. That's why the relationships they have with other countries tend to be better. You see, Japan turn Asian countries into trading and business partners, where you got millions of people in Southeast Asia into the middle class, thanks to the Japanese. So that why does that happen? Because Japan basically like, okay, we basically are developing industrialized society. So we're not going to use our industrialization science progress to oppress people. We're going to do that to uplift these people, right? Where America is just the opposite. America's satisfied with being the one country that got the wealth, the standard of living, and it basically does with countries that are not on this level. There's not one country that America deals with outside of Europe that ever became a first world country. Show me one country America's had a relationship with that became look at the Philippines, a mess. That's the United States. Look at what happened with Cuba. Look what happened in Haiti. Look what happened in Venezuela. Panama. Mexico, all poverty stricken. Why? Because that's just America. America's not a mature country to be like that. America, it's not. It's almost like not even in America's DNA to be mature and build something. It's not even in their DNA. It's like the kid who basically has the kid on the block that has all the money and everything like that. He's not trying to share that with anybody. He just wants to stand out and basically be the Oh, look at me, look, nah, look what I got, and look what you don't have. My daddy got all this money, your daddy's poor, or whatnot. So the bottom line is that's what America's like. So therefore, years of not America not really investing in these countries in this or around this region, meddling in their affairs and everything, created so much lost time that you got millions of people in the Central and South America that are living in poverty, and the only solution to survive is to migrate north. Where in Asia, its north-south relationship is they put a lot of capital, training, and everything, and help develop Southeast Asia, so that Japan does not have mass migration problems in this country. It has an orderly immigration problem. They don't have illegal aliens flooding into their country. And they're island country. It's probably easy to get to Japan because it's an island country. But why is that? Because the countries around it, their economies are growing and becoming industrialized, so they don't need to come to Japan in large numbers illegally. They're not desperate. You don't see in Asia the level of desperation as you do America and its neighbors. That's just what it is. That being said, uh, it's still America has a right to protect its borders, but America needs to understand that if they want to solve the problem, you're not going to solve the problem of immigration unless you solve the problem of American style capitalism and vulture capitalism, instead of having a system where you have businesses and everything like that outsource to these countries by creating opportunities for these countries and everything like that. But you don't have that, in the United States. The United States does not do that. So what if America was basically all the companies that we sent to China, right, to get cheap goods? What if all those companies that the U.S. Sent to China over the years, what if they went to places like Cuba, Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Haiti, and they were building factories and industries in these countries? Do you think we would have a lot of Haitians here? No. What if you had only countries that really got a lot of American industries is Mexico, But the bottom line is still not enough to maintain a first world standard of living. So imagine if all these countries in Asia had their own industrial zone, and America was basically investing. But the thing is, though, how can America do that when it's like, look, America has got to realize that although it says it's a superpower, it's not. It's not. America should be able to have a highly developed domestic economy, and then it basically should be able to have industries all over the world, particularly in the countries that they keep meddling in and stuff like that. If you meddle in a country, that country is impoverished. Eventually, those people are going to end up on your shores, on your doorstep. Simple as that. So that's what I'm concerned about tonight. As far as like mass deportation, I don't think it's humane to send people back to a country that we helped destroy, or basically like that. And we're living in a global economy. So America can't just say, look, this is our country, it's our border, you solve your own problems, whatever like that. It doesn't work like that. That's why a lot of countries just empty their prisons out. They saw opportunity with Biden to empty their prisons out, empty their insane asylums, and just basically send them north. There's a whole thing is where you send the people north, and people are like, we can't get American capital money into our economy, where people are going to go to your country and get it themselves. So every time these people, now there was one state, I think it was Florida, is thinking about stopping money transfers to McDonald's, Starbucks is not really industries, bro. There's nothing unless McDonald's has. I'm not talking about industry. I mean, like computer chips, industry, steel, automobile parts. That's industries. I ain't talking about friggin' McDonald's and Starbucks. That's nothing. People have to have real money to spend in McDonald's. What's the sense of having McDonald's in South America when the average person doesn't make enough to afford it? America should have invested in a middle class in South America. Had they did that, America would have a trading partner right in this region, but it didn't do that. So that's what I'm talking about tonight. So it's going to be interesting. As America goes to the America First policy and everything, a lot of these countries in the hemisphere are going to suffer. Are really going to suffer. Yeah, wise. I admit those people need to fix their own problems, but America basically, what America needs to do is stop basically meddling in these countries' problems. You can't keep meddling in these countries' problems and just say fix your own problems. When we have a hand in creating, we're a huge market for drugs that these countries are getting involved with, guns, drugs, stuff like that. We have a huge market for guns and crime and everything. The amount of Americans that go to South America and engage in illicit sexual trafficking and stuff like that. America is a problem. It is. So when the society, when these countries break down and everything, what happens is they end up on the shores of America. That's what it is. That's way I see it. The way I see it. Now, someone can have a different perspective, but I understand that. But I don't. I look, mass deportation. I'm not going to be the one that basically say no, you can't mass deportation. No, I'm not going to do that. I understand they got to leave, but the bottom line is, unless we do something about those economies down there and stuff like that, they're going to be back. As simple as that. They're going to be back, and it's like fighting a losing battle. As long as you got poverty and stuff like that. I think Trump will. That's a million problems right there. Do you know why we got cartels? Wise, because America, when it was invading Mexico in the turn of the 20th century, there was a power vacuum, and the cartels are a result of CIA and stuff like that. It's just like in gangs in Central America, like the Contras, Sandinistas. They were nothing but criminal gangs who basically formed themselves into a quasi, the CIA, the cartels. So as long as you basically fighting communism and are protecting American interests, the CIA don't care what you do. They know that you get your money from drugs. Money. The CIA is dirty. Don't you think the CIA knew about the Golden Triangle? And yeah, they're well trained militias. I get that, but where they come from? These are outfits. These are military outfits, right? That started using drugs and crime to stay in power. Where's the militia? The cartels get their power from drugs, the drug trade, because the only thing available. CIA knows that. CIA knows who's selling dope. CIA know who's doing heroin. They know all that stuff, like who's doing fentanyl. They know all that shit. But the bottom line is because these cartels aren't communist or like the new thing after the communism was the threat of Islamic terrorism, right? So long as you basically say, I'm against Islamic terrorism, I'm a capitalist, you can do whatever you want to do. That's how it works in the world. So long as you basically are not, that's why America was caught off guard with Al Qaeda, Yeah, they all have cartel. Well, the bottom line is this: you cannot have that lawlessness with this fentanyl. Fentanyl, even though it's killing white Americans, I agree. But the bottom line is you cannot have that lethal. Fentanyl is not like cocaine. It's very lethal. It's dangerous. And that's really a threat to national security, That's really because society will start breaking down into anarchy and chaos. So America's really fighting for its life. Well, it's the labeling a terrorist group is a start. As a start. Now you could deal with it because, like I said, the cartels is actually a military operation. Although it does not have any political agenda. When people think of terrorism, people think of somebody with a cause, like the Islamic people want to create an Islamic State, ISIS, or the communists want to create a communist country, and they use terrorism, or the IRA want to blow up planes because they want to free Northern Ireland from the British control. That's what terror traditionally is, but we have never labeled criminals as terrorists, and they are terrorists because they use the same tactics, but they're just not politically motivated, But now what Trump did was, it says you don't have to be politically motivated or biased to be labeled a terrorist. Your activities label you a terrorist. Not just not what your ideology is. Before it was just your ideology that made you a terrorist. Now Trump is saying that you're engaged in these things. You involved in human trafficking and you're assassinating people and stuff like this. Yeah, now you are labeled a terrorist group, which is good. That should have been done a long time ago. Now, what's got to happen is this. This is what I believe, right? I believe if a country cannot control a segment of the society, like the cartels, if they got more power than the government, then it's time to basically go to war with the cartels and stamp them out. Because no rogue cartel should have power over a sovereign state. Then what happens is if the sovereign state it says that we don't control the cartel, then basically it should invite other countries in there to basically, if you can't manage yourself as a sovereign country, you should lose your sovereignty. That's the way I feel about it. I feel like that. If you can't control your borders and everything, you say, well, the cartels, the cartels. Okay, you can't deal with the cartels, then we're going to deal with the cartels. But what's going to happen is we're going to have U.S. troops in Mexico City, and we're going to put it under U.S. occupation until we stamp out the cartels. And then we'll basically withdraw and turn it over to a new democratically government, in time. That's what could happen. So that's the same thing what happened with Iraq. Iraq was the rationale was Saddam was a dictator, blah blah blah. Yeah, if it could be Mogadishu, it could be just like that. If Mexico label a fails, that's what's coming next. Mexico keeps playing games with these migrants and whatnot. Trump could label Mexico a failed state. Once it's a failed state, it's your fair game. People could come in international. All of a sudden, you have like what you call what happened with the first and second Iraq wars. It was a global, what was called the of the willing. He says what was it called? Coalition of the willing. That means the first Gulf War, every last single country in the world, including African countries, sent troops because the United States led international war, created a no-fly zone over Iraq, saying it was a failed state, it was a rogue state, and everything. Once you get labeled a rogue state, it's over for you. Then the United States could do whatever, and they'll have the UN approval to go in and do what they got to do. That's what happened with the first and second Gulf Wars in Iraq. So that's what's coming next. So if Mexico keeps letting people inside of its borders, like here by the millions, and they can't control the migrants through its borders and everything like that, and they say the cartels are basically kidnapping children and stuff like that, that's exactly what's going to happen. Mexico is going to be labeled a failed state, and the United States will send their military in there and take it over, like they did Iraq, like they did Mogadishu, like they did Afghanistan, like any other country. That's exactly what we're going to. People don't like when I say that, but I'm just telling you, just as a student of history, that's what we're headed to with this border in Mexico. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming, and the man in the White House right now is somebody that will do it. This man is not playing. Donald Trump is not playing. All these people that are playing games and whatnot. This man is not playing. So something's got to give. You can't have millions of people flooding into the country, sucking up resources when not driving housing up. One of the reasons why those of you people who rent, the reason why you're paying double right now for rent is because if 20 million people come in here, they need housing. There's a serious housing shortage in America because you got illegal families here, And so this is what it is, Like I said, this president, Donald John Trump, is not playing. He's not playing. And bottom line, those who think he's playing, you're in for a rude awakening. And like I said, as far as like mass deportation, let me tell you something. When they start tinkering with the 14th Amendment, you Negroes and American Negroes better start being concerned because you're only one paycheck stroke away from losing your citizenship. Get rid of 14th Amendment, right? Do constitutional amendment or amend the 14th Amendment. Then that means that America can spend citizenship to Black Americans too. If there was any major insurrection among Black people in this country and America felt threatened. This is what we're going on right now. This country is not playing. You forget 4 years ago, Black America basically made war on the United States with all the riots that happened, what allowed us to be instigated into a conflict with the United States. So right now, basically, you do not have the benefit of the doubt, the moral credit. Black America does not have the moral credit it used to have, you know. So all these people out here that you see, listen to these people that keep opposing Trump and they keep sounding like they're anti-American, and you got black people stupid enough to be publicly burning the American flag. I was like, yo, look, you're playing with fire, People, a lot of black people think that this stuff like that's happening could not happen to them. And the bottom line is, I know the majority of black people basically aren't like this, but we let too many of these stupid black people. Yeah, so well, what do you want? You had the platinum plan. Y'all didn't want that. When it comes down to business, when we want community business, then nobody shows up to support education, everything like that. Seems like black people, all they want to do is party, dance, and F around. And then when somebody gets killed, like a George Floyd, you want to wreck shit and talk shit and everything, talk to the media in all kinds of way and whatnot, making all kinds of statements and everything. And pretty soon people are just saying, the hell with y'all, that's what's going to happen, Yeah, well, I think, dual citizenship is a good idea, dual citizenship is a good idea, but people got to use it. You got too many black people that are too dependent on the American economy, I would say you could basically have residency in another country if that's like that. But we haven't really built. Why do you think we talk about the Afghanistan? Black people should have other alternatives to America because that's what's coming down the pike. Coming down the pike. And I said like this: if there ever was a race war in this country, where would we go? All these people's running their damn mouth or whatnot. So yeah, that's right. Good. Former investment club wise, investment club where you pull your money together. That's what we need to do. We need financial security and stuff like that. Start thinking like we're serious about our future. Because like I said, we allow a bunch of dumb people on social media. We keep amping us up and everything, and they got no damn plan. I hate that. What I hate is when somebody tells you how bad America is, racist soldiers, and then when you say, okay, let's do something about it. No, I'm American. My ancestors, my bone were here. Like Tariq, phony people like Tariq. He spent years talking about racism, white supremacy, and race soldiers and all stuff like that. Then now he's a foundational black American. Now he's true blue, financially black American. We got it popping in America. Just a few years ago, he was telling us how we were getting killed and all stuff like this. Suddenly, when the immigrants come in here to replace you, suddenly America's not such a bad place. These people are friggin'. Like I said, if there's one thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna destroy this ADOS FBA movement. It's already on its way out. ADOS FBA is on its way out. I was just looking at Brandon's video today, had me cracking up. The FBA movement is a friggin' joke. It's a friggin' joke. It does have no protection. Yeah, so FBA, what's your end game? No, we're just here in America. So yeah. I support the American dollar being strong. I'm not looking forward to BRICS. I want my money, my American dollar is. I could live any place in the world and have that U.S. dollar. And bottom line is no hanky panky because the U.S. dollar is a currency of record. The global currency of exchange for the most part. So I'm not looking forward to no BRIC nations. Not while I'm an American. Not while I'm stuck in the United States. Not while I'm trying to build in Africa. Not yet. So we have to really look at all this, look at this. I should put in the title, the end of Donald Trump's war against BRICS. Should we be concerned? What side are you on? Are you on the U.S. dollar side or are you on the BRIC nation side? Like these things black people don't want to talk about. And tonight I want to talk about these things, because it's getting dangerous in this country right now. Black people basically got to make a decision. You're going to either roll with the MAGA people and just if you can't beat them, join them, or really you have to really start thinking about a exit strategy out of America. As simple as that. There's no more in between. These people want their country back, and they're going to get their country back. Whatever it means. So it is what it is, folks. So the end of DEI. Should we be upset, concerned? I'm not trying to. Dr. Umar is trying to build a nation. Oh, Paul. Yeah, he was. I don't know what Dr. Umar. I don't know if he could build something in Liberia. More power to him and whatnot. More power to him. More power to him. He. So I've been at it for years. If he can have luck, yeah, it's more power to him. But the bottom line, Liberia should be on our radar as far as like a state, an alternative state. We could build Liberia by investing in that country and whatnot, and building its infrastructure. Yes, we will have definitely a new state on the African continent that we could partner with. But Black America don't think it's necessary to do anything outside of America. We don't have real leaders in or anything. I would love to see a black version of Donald Trump emerge one day. That somebody that's a black nationalist, a black nationalist version of Donald Trump that's a billionaire. All our black billionaires, they're with white women. They're so Americanized. So they don't give a shit about their own race or whatnot, because that's what's dangerous about it. Like I said, I don't care about somebody being a billionaire. Are you a black nationalist? If you don't have the love for your people or believe in your people, it means nothing to me. That's what me and Umar do agree about. That's what we do agree about. If you ain't building something with your people, your billions and millions and billions mean nothing to me. Just to say somebody, oh, he's a billionaire. So, okay, we building a nation state somewhere, FB said black nationalism gets us nowhere. Okay. I guess black nationalism does gets us nowhere, but I see white nationalism does. White nationalism put Donald Trump in the office, and he's giving white people, white America, everything it wanted. 250 executive order, 200 executive orders. Donald Trump was like Santa Claus giving out gifts at the inauguration. But only black people talk about, oh, black nationalism don't get no place. But it seems like the Japanese nationalism works for Japan. The Chinese nationalism working for the CPP and Xi Jinping. He's a Chinese nationalist. Epi says Africa don't think about race but the country. But the thing is, though, we do, and we have a lot of influence on the way Africans think. That's why we have to have a presence on the continent. We have to have a black national state. To be the cultural center for black nationalism on the African continent. Our absence on the continent is the reason why Africa is in the chaos it's in. Black America, the diaspora, our absence on the continent, is the reason why Africa won't get any place until there's a strong presence of black Americans who naturally have that black nationalist mindset, Even Traore, you can tell that dude's been reading Garvey. He's been reading past black nationalists because Thomas Sankara was a student of Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, and all these other people. Even Traore follows Thomas Sankara. So don't tell me that black nationalists don't get any place. It's when people use it. When you have a nation, Paul Kagame is a black nationalist. Look how well his country's grown. Ian Karma of Botswana is a black nationalist. Botswana is a thriving black nation. So anybody that's a real black nationalist cares about their country. Yeah, we're a minority group, but we could basically change that by organizing and joining the colonization, the BAIO, and we could be powerful. We pulled our money together. We could have more money than China to offer Africa. We could have more money, and we're organized. That's why basically, when you look at our music, you look at everything we do, they keep us stupid, dumb. They come out with a thing called FBA. Nothing basically, Patrice Lumumba and all these people were students of Garvey. They studied Marcus Garvey. They knew about what was going on in Black America and stuff like that. But at the time, Black people in America wanted nothing to do with Africa. They basically were about civil rights and integration. That's what our leaders got hold of Black America through academia and the media and everything like that. And we turned our back on Africa. During Garvey's time, Black people were interested in Africa. Then after the 1950s, suddenly Black people we convinced ourselves we was Americans all of a sudden. So it's been 35 minutes. I think I'm gonna open the lines up for your questions. We have to friggin' make a decision, folks. This is like getting critical here, because like I said, when you look at DEI and stuff like that, even though it doesn't really affect us, right? One day it will, because I don't believe they're going to stop at just DEI. Because right now DEI is just about incompetent people or whatever like that. But sooner or later, you're going to have racists in power. You're going to have racists in power, and they're going to go beyond that. Because they really can't touch us right now because we're not. The joker's on them. They say, "Oh, we're DEI." Like they said, "Why aren't black people upset?" Just like when they ended affirmative action for college admissions, black people didn't get upset. They're like, "Okay, we're going to go to our own colleges because we pivoted towards our HBCUs and stuff like this." You know what I'm saying? So therefore, not everybody in Black America really looks at a degree from Harvard and whatnot and Princeton and all these places like that because we tend to see these people as sellouts anyway. So more and more black people seeking education at HBCUs and then going beyond just what they teach you in college. A lot of black people studying on their own and fortifying their education, So the joke was on them. And the only people that benefit from ending affirmative action was a white, incompetent legacy. Agents thought they were going to benefit from cutting out black, but it was small. It was just only a tiny percentage of blacks, and they wanted to get rid of that. So they got rid of that. Now, none of these institutions, right, could ever come to Black America and everything. That means we don't care about your Democrat Party no more. We don't care about anything. Even the fact black people in America can't even though when America goes to war, they can't say nothing to us anymore. If they're going to take all that away from us, hey, we got a card to play too. Go fight your own fucking wars. Let me get my brother David Hit on. What's up, brother Hit?
Yeah, Kyle, how you doing, brother?
How's it going? What's going on? What's a good word, bro?
Okay, just been in the Shaolin Temple, bro. 36 chambers. I'm in chamber number 8.
I hear you, brother.
That's it. Working hard.
I hear you. What do you think about this? What do you think about this topic? I said, I was basically asking like black people all over the internet. Oh, the end of DEI, mass deportations. They're all nervous. What does that got to do with us?
Yeah, sure, exactly.
What does that got to do with us? Any of these things?
Yep, sure. I mean, what does it have to do with us? I mean, frankly, going to a meritocracy. Now that means, now you're gonna have to work harder. What was funny to me is hearing. I saw some video. This woman says, "I'm gonna wake up tomorrow morning being a slave."
Well, I saw that one.
Yeah, that was funny. I'm gonna be a motherfucking slave.
Well, yeah, people are so miseducated.
Yeah, of course, laws have already been in place, and they've been in place for years. But now it's like, bottom line is this: if people don't like what you're seeing right now, then it's like. It's time to go. I mean, it's really working in our favor towards we need another option.
Well, there's black people who don't want another option, though.
Yeah, of course they of course, and they can. We don't need those people. They can stay right here. You don't want the option? No problem. We don't want you. You keep working and begging, keep begging for the rest of your life and being the permanent minority, and good luck to you. But it's I don't have any sympathy for it, and I'm glad. A lot of this DEI stuff, I believe, came out when you had all of this trans, this, that.
That's what it. That's all it was. The gays.
It pretty much was that. Yeah, it was like, and then people just don't realize the reality. Like, especially in a combat situation, you cannot have. I'm sorry, a woman cannot be in ground combat operations. You can't have these trans men or a man be in a unit and say he's a girl. It just doesn't work, man. These are people, unfortunately, with mental issues.
It is.
And if you really think that you're a different, I think it's, how it is, man. People, all of a sudden, you have this explosion in the last 4 years with kids saying, "I'm a girl, I'm a boy." That's
all Obama. Obama started all that.
Of course it is. So in the end, I do see the great opportunities for us. Trump, he's doing what he's got to do to get these these illegals out, and he's trying to do that so that we people have jobs. I mean, he stopped work at home. He said, you guys got to go back to work. I mean, and he's putting it out there for people. Look, if you work hard, get back to working hard instead of just sitting at home and wanting to get some type of entitlement.
Yeah.
And it's time to step up. And I mean, African American people, think about it. Back in the early 1900s, my grandfather always said this. He goes, before segregation, Black people were much stronger before segregation because we had our own communities. We had no choice.
Yeah.
We have to go to our own.
Look at some of the communities we had, right? Like,
yes.
I played videos of Black life in the United States in the 1940s. It's like Black people look better back then. Everybody's well dressed, on the
clean, man,
and stuff like that. Lived in nice, clean houses and whatnot.
Absolutely.
If civil rights and integration happened, and that's when the ghetto exploded and all this ghetto culture exploded.
Absolutely. I mean,
government and white America.
Yeah, right. I mean, in the 70s, and I was explaining to my son the other day, I was like, in the 70s, that's when they figured out how to destroy the Black family. Remember when welfare came out? And then I remember those days when the caseworker would come to the house looking for the man, and the man running around, man hiding in the closet. And it's amazing that, we'll give you money, but you can't have your man in the household. The father of the children can be nowhere to be found. And that's what started the destruction. And then all of a sudden, now you get this whole thing with the African American woman now you don't need a man. So now you've gone from you wanted your man. Now the government kicked him out. Now they turned it around so you'd kick out your own man on your own. Now I don't need a man. And all of these women who are saying that they don't need a man don't want their friends to have a man.
Yeah.
So you don't need a man. You don't need a man. Oh, really? I don't need a man. No, you don't. So they blow up their relationships. And then now you have another single mother with kids who was taught you don't need a man. Now everyone is in the same boat. Misery loves company. And of course, that's the destruction of the family unit. And I'm sorry, but a woman cannot raise a man. It's not going to happen. And some of the most unproductive children in any society are going to be children that are raised by a single mother. But in a single Black woman, I'm sorry, you're not going to be able to raise it. So we got away from all of those family values and standards. Couple that with the gangster rap that came out. So let's pay Snoop Dogg and all these other guys millions of dollars to now talk about killing Black men, killing each other, and let's make that a thing. And then let's talk about denigrating the woman. So now the Black man says to the Black woman, I don't even want you. So not only you don't want me, you don't need me as a man, I don't even want you. Or if I do want you, it's only going to be for one thing, and then I'm going to bounce. So we right now, the destruction, and we're the last generation, Kala, that had access to our grandparents and who remember that when I was growing up in Queens, our family unit was very strong.
Yeah, we had it strong. My cousins were there.
I know that.
We always ate at each other's house and whatnot.
Everyone, everybody's house. You can't even imagine that right now. Everybody was clean. Everybody was well dressed. Everybody was in shape. Everybody was doing we were doing martial arts, track, field. We were constantly, everybody was in shape. We had a great time.
Black America.
We got our behinds.
When I was a kid, all the queens in the 70s. I think about that, man. I'm just like, I remember them days. One night I was like, those were the most beautiful day. We used to go to Flushing Meadow Park,
Yes, absolutely. And the only solution to that is what we've been talking about is to create this nation. And now I'm telling you, it's the choice for those African Americans who wish to go. They're going to be like, yeah, man, I'm down with this. I am really, truly down with this because we need to go back to those days where we reestablish the Black family. We can't do it in America.
Well, America's not going to let that happen.
No, it can't. We can't do it here. Because the minute you try to establish the Black family, you're going to have some dumbass come out with a rap song and they're going to push it to number one, like they did with Cardi B. When they put her WAP song that came out and they pushed that to number one, and you got these little girls, now you got little children.
Like this,
Come
they
on,
know,
man.
they know exactly what they're doing.
Of course they know exactly.
Like I said, I'm angry about this because I remember back in the '90s, I was like a Nation of Islam, 5% Black conscious type of dude, right?
Sure.
And basically, I thought we could win and everything. The next thing you know, about '93, everything changed. Right around that time, '93, '94,
Yes,
everything changed.
that's where it changed. Yep.
Hot '97 was here. And everybody started talking about gangster this, I'm a player this, and all stuff like this. And Cristal this and whatnot. And they were dissing people like J. Rue the Damager and all these other people that was conscious.
Mm-hmm.
And people like Guru, Gangstar, all these people like that fell off because the powers that be. It was very powerful. If you're going to monetize ignorance or whatnot, it'll sell. They push that nonsense on the masses of black people. Women are hoes, get your money and stuff like
Yes.
this.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why I said what gets me is, and then you ask yourself, white people, to say, well, I said, why didn't white people support like rappers like the Jizza or Rakim and Big Daddy Kane? All those people, they didn't want nothing to do with it. The only people they wanted was Snoop Dogg, Too Short, and all these other people, NWA.
No, I remember Public Enemy. It takes a nation of millions to hold us back.
Right, all that
Remember that
conscious
album?
stuff was
Come
was
on,
not
man.
was
Absolutely.
they didn't want any of that stuff. They thought it was a threat, so they
No.
came up with a counterculture.
Yep. And that's what Jerry Heller with NWA, that that Jew rat, he was
Yeah,
when he got behind them and he said, oh, look, because controversy sells, in the Jewish community. Oh, controversy sells. We'll deal with the aftermath, but let's put it out there. And
yeah,
so this is the only solution, man. I
yeah.
mean,
Because the bottom line, when you start talking
to save,
nationhood,
yeah,
nationhood, man,
to save this culture, to save the African American culture. This is the only way to save this
and
African
it's an
American culture.
indictment on American society.
Yes, absolutely.
It's the
It's
ultimate.
totally.
Anything else is not an indictment on America. It's like an arresting indictment on American society. We're saying the people, because white people say, "Oh, see, they're so used to us being Americans and not questioning it, right?" We're saying,
Mhm.
"Okay, it's time for to us to part ways because it's not working." Oh, what do you mean? It's the greatest country in the world? Yes. All right, for some people, right? I said, yeah. And also, you can make money here. I'm not going to ever doubt that, right? Let's say this is how I feel about it, right? It's like when I went to Disney World, right? I said, "Oh man, this place is great." But at some point in time, the best part about it is when you can go home and reminisce about it, right? You don't want to live at Disney World, do you? No. You don't want to live at Six Flags. No. You have a good time when you're there. You can go home. That's just how I feel about America, right? It's a great country and everything like that, but it's not home, right? Home is where you have peace.
Mhm.
We don't have peace in this country. Nothing, everything you see. Like, let me give you an example. Um, Me personally, I know I'm never going to be accepted as a black nationalist. We're never going to be accepted by the mainstream America, right? But yet the mainstream America will basically talk about Big Meech is having a big party for him.
Mhm.
They have rappers headlining, a drug dealer, a murderer, and everything like that. He's celebrated. But anybody's talking about nationhood, like this. So the bottom line, even now you got rappers performing at the inauguration, and stuff like that. Rappers that preach drugs, death, destruction, everything like that. They're celebrating, right? Snoop Dogg's on T-Mobile commercials, right? And then at the Super Bowl doing the Crip Walk. This is what I'm talking about. This is what they
Yeah,
want.
of course.
This is what they want in Black America. So I'm just like basically, look, it's like I said, I personally just saying I've had enough.
Of course,
Had
absolutely.
enough. I've
I mean,
had enough.
yeah, no, it's just really. I mean, because in the end, where I mean, where are we going to be in a position where we are now the leading um, i- individuals in industry in this country? It's too hard. I mean, it's way beyond our grasp now. I
Yeah.
mean, in all of these years, Stuart, I mean, we still have like a couple of black banks, and they're nothing nowhere near like a Wells Fargo or a
The
Chase or
biggest
something.
black bank is only worth $500 million. That's a shame.
Yeah, come on, man. I mean, it's ridiculous. So this choice that for those of us who wish to go, this is the true choice. And for me, if it's a construction site over there and it's simple, and we've got we bring over some of those prefab homes initially when we occupy the land and stuff like that, I will be more happy being there and naming everything on our own than to be sitting in America. Because like right now, the property markets, just to give you an idea, like in Key West, in Key West, Florida, where I do a lot of my sales from with Marriott, the property market in Key West, these homes for $500,000, you get a 200 square foot spot, 0 lots. I, ride around this island, and like the island, the speed limit's only 30 miles an hour, so everybody rides a bike, a scooter. Cars are, it's very expensive to park here. I mean, it's like $5 an hour to park downtown. It's not even worth it. 8 hour day, it's $40 just to park. But I drive by these multi-million-dollar homes that are $5 million, that are pieces of crap. I'm talking about stuff that you would find in Bayshore, Long Island, on Third Avenue. I mean, and these are houses that are 0 lots, $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, $4 million houses, and they're nothing. These houses were built in the 70s and 80s. So how are you going to buy a house on here and forget about the property taxes for the year and the insurances? That's a mortgage payment in alone. You buy $1 million house over here on St. John, if you're lucky to find one that's 30, 40 years old. $1 million house, you're lucky to find one. So it's about $1.5 million to $2 million. You're talking about then in property taxes and fees a month, you're talking like $4,000 a month on top of that. Where are you getting this money from? You ain't coming. There ain't no black folk down here. There ain't no black folk who own homes down over here. Not at all. They're coming off the ship. They come off the Carnival ship or whatever ship. They come down for the day. Then they say, your black ass is out of here at night. So they bring these people on the ship. So then there's another location that we have. We have a location in Aspen, Colorado. And so I tell people, go on Zillow. Check out Aspen, Colorado. On Aspen, Colorado's home prices. For $3 million, you can get a 2-bedroom condo that is 890 square feet. The houses down the block from our resort, there's some row houses down the block from our resort. They are at average $25 million a piece. Brother, do you understand what I'm saying? You're in the back porch of your house and you're looking at your next door neighbor. Your next door neighbor, you can hear them arguing and yelling, and you're that close. You have a single path driveway to a garage that can hold like 2 cars, and it's $25 million. There's like 8 or 10 of them in a row. So you tell me, brother, who is buying these properties? Who's got the money? And these are houses that I'm telling you that are already sold. These are not houses for sale that are on the market for people to buy. These are houses that are, when I look at the markets and I show people, like one of the things I show them about, like how our resort's in a great place. These are houses that are not even for sale. Where do these people get the money from? Do you know what you can do with $28 million, brother?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I could buy a city block.
If you had $28 million, 28 million, you can go to Texas for 2 and you build yourself almost a damn mansion, pool, tennis court, basketball court, and all that. You still got $26 million left over. Throw in every damn car you want. These people got a simple house, a 5,000 square foot house that is connected. They're sharing walls with other people, and they're spending 27 million, 25 million. It's incredible. So these places, this money, how are we going to get there? We're never going to be. We'll never be able to go visit places like this.
Right.
We're not going to get there.
We need a fresh start.
I mean, totally. Carmel, California, another place. Carmel, California, right on the Pacific Coast Highway, south of Monterey, California. The houses over there, $17, $20 million. I mean, we ain't getting there. And where are these people? And I see these people flying in on these private jets all day long. All day long, these private jets. And I'm like, where are these people getting this money? I mean, brother, that's some loot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To buy, if you bought $5 million, if I showed you what a $5 million house was here on Key West, you would be like, what? You wouldn't even consider it. So when you have a clean, so when you have a safe place, a clean place, a place that is that's in a nice location, gives great views, your property values go up. So this is what I tell African American people on that nation: when we start clearing the land, your values are going to go up. So now we are going to be able to start off with, okay, say the house is 100,000. Now as time goes on, safety and security there, all of it, because there's no drama down here. Key West, there's no violence down here. There's nothing. You can walk out on the street in the middle of the night over here, ain't nobody tripping. Down on Duval Street, it's people can walk through the bars and all that, having a good time. Nobody even gives a crap about nobody. So there's no drama down here. At the end of the road, there's just zero drama. No shootings, no stabbings, nobody stealing nothing from nobody. So people will pay to live in that kind of environment. No home invasions and shit like that down here, and you don't got a whole bunch of people, riffraff running around. It just doesn't happen. You can't even afford. Our resort, it's like right now, it's $800 a night to stay over here. $800 a night. You got $800 a night to be burning like that. So that's what they're doing. They're moving these prices up. So we are so far out of the market. It is impossible almost for us to be able to own something here. So what I'm saying is, when we build that land, if we pick a very beautiful place that has beautiful views, over the years our values are going to go up, and pretty much everyone is going to be very, very well off. Because here it ain't going to happen here. It's not going to happen.
It's just so obvious, that we need a new start.
Yeah. We need a new start. Yes.
And so bottom line, and also, I always talk back to that video you did. This is 3/5 of your. You remember that video you did?
Yes.
That was just so on point. This is 3/5, and you just basically say that just hit it right there on the head.
You're 3/5 of a mind.
That's like an indictment on the black leadership.
Yeah,
the failure of everything.
Yes.
In other words, basically, when you look at the black leadership, right? Now they're basically telling black people, like, why are you supporting Donald Trump? Look, y'all have not done anything. I have never seen anybody who basically have never produced anything, right? Got the nerve to tell black people who they ought to support or whatever like that, You wouldn't know. Instead of saying, something, we screwed up, we never gave y'all anything, whatever like that, so we're going to start. But they sit there and just arrogantly tell you who you need to vote for, who you need like this, as if they're doing something. When I think about that video, that's a good person of Black America, right? Everything that you said they told us we should be doing, never netted anything,
Yes.
And they don't even bother telling you anymore. This last election, they didn't bother telling you what they could do,
No,
they didn't bother telling you. They don't think they have to. That's just sad about it.
No. It was truly sad. And I was voting for Trump the entire time because I want a businessman in there for our interests. He was.
I really wanted to send a message to the Democrat. That's what I really want.
Yeah, absolutely. But they look at us. They look at the African American people as children. I mean, what was their platform? Their platform was abortion. Oh no, women can't have the right to choose. It wasn't about doing anything for African American people. You let in all of these immigrants. You have 35,000 people up there in Chicago, and all of a sudden you can find free housing out of nowhere.
Yeah, well, also people don't understand something. When you let millions of people in, they got to be housed. That's why the housing prices are going up so much, because you got millions of people flooding in here. They need housing. People don't understand that. When you say, "Oh, just open the borders," yeah, but do you understand if you're renting, you may not have a house, next time because the government gets more money by renting to illegals. They get subsidies and stuff like that. So it's more cheaper to them to basically or anybody else is paying.
Absolutely.
So Donald Trump stopped that. So
of course he stopped that.
The black people might be able to afford housing now.
Exactly. He did stop that. He stopped that so he can so he's now deporting all of those people who are here illegally, taking money away, free housing, free healthcare from all these other people. And it's got to stop. And what was the Democrat? The Democrats are completely looking past us as African Americans. They never said hey, what is the impact going to be on the African American
They
community
don't
in
give a
New
damn,
York?
you know.
No, in LA, there was no, they had no, there was not even a consideration for the African American people. I mean, and you are a black person living in New York and Chicago, and all of a sudden you see 1,000 people come up, and you're like, wait a second, where are these people at? And they got a free crib, and then they're on TikTok, um, making TikTok videos or talking about, look at this money I got, look at this, my baby was born here. This is then guys then they were like, oh man, you can be a squatter, you can go find an empty house and then just jump into the house, and now you're a squatter. That's one of the reasons why DeSantis in Florida, he stopped that. He nipped that one in the bud real quick. And he said, no, there's not going to be no squatters' rights. All of a sudden taking people's homes. So all of these illegals are starting to take advantage of the laws that were meant to protect the people, and they were saying, no, let's take advantage of it for ourselves. And then they're sitting there and bragging about, look, and showing dollar bills. Look at the cash. Look at my EBT card.
Look
I
how
got
I can get
$15,000. Yeah, I got
Can't believe
$15,000
look
worth
on the money. And the bottom line,
Dude, come on.
I was watching that, man, like a few months ago before the election. I was like, man, this country has gone literally insane. People could get on TikTok and brag about how they're looting
Yes.
and everything like that. And you got these stupid people talking about, well, blah, blah, blah. Hey, look, I don't give a damn about being called racist or whatever, like xenophobic, whatever like that. Right is right and wrong is wrong. You can't just bust into somebody's country. You don't come in somebody's house and start rearranging the furniture. You don't do that, you know?
Precisely.
You don't come in nobody's house. So if you're gonna be here, be humble and do what you gotta do, stay out of people's way. But these people were so arrogant with it, they were just like, yo, and then they also this thing about, oh, I'm only coming on stolen. No. The bottom line is this: you had the American Indian, the so-called white man, had conflict, right? Through not just wars, but through people don't realize this. A lot of Native Americans disappeared through race mixing, and stuff like that. So they married in with the whites, as one super group of the Native American gene pool just got diluted, and so therefore, so to say the white man just stole it. Look, wars, land are decided by wars. Land is paid for in blood. That's what settles land throughout history, thousands of years. How does the country evolve? Through a war, When the war's over, whatnot, then the victors belongs the spoils.
That's right. To the victors
Black
belong the
people
spoils.
understand that concept. When now you got to start winning. You want to be free. You got to start winning some wars.
Now, and for us, it's like I said, the more we look at it, you know how committed I am to it. There's no choice, and no choice in the matter. We will bring this to a head. We will get this constitutional convention done. We were going to bring this to a head. This year is going to be a great year where we're going to get a lot of this stuff done. And it's going to be like, and for those who denigrate us and don't, it's like I tell people, if you don't like it, don't just keep your mouth shut. We don't need if you don't like it, don't talk about it. And we don't need your help. Don't worry. Let the pioneers, they'll be sitting on at home watching, the pioneer force go ahead and get there. And some of them may even wish, let's see what happens when they land. And when they find out that nothing's going to happen, and that this is that opportunity for that fresh start. I mean, look at all of the riches are on the continent of our ancestors.
What do you think about that video? You see that video with the Haitian cursing out Trump and praising Biden?
Yeah. He's probably already back in Haiti right now.
He's like, I ain't going back to Haiti. What dude, man?
Yeah.
Sure. What gets me is when I bring that to a lot of my Haitian listeners, they're always basically every time when he was a Haitian gang member. Why is this? What I'm tired of. I did a show about this last night. Why is Black America always become the dumping ground for everybody else?
Yeah, sure.
When their group of people start committing crime, they'll say, "Oh, because he was influenced by Black America." That's not no brother. People think like that. You are not my brother. You are not my brother. I had this. You hear about those two Nigerians that got arrested in Kuwait for bank robbery?
Yes.
You heard about that? Anyway, I put
what? It was who?
It was two Nigerians, nationals.
Oh, really?
When was this? They don't play that over there. I don't know what this. They might get the death penalty. I don't know. But the two Nigerians.
When was this happen? When did this happen?
It just happened like last week. You know,
Oh, really? Wow.
yeah. So anyway, I put it on Facebook, and all of a sudden I said to Dante, this guy Dante, he's Nigerian. He goes, well, he learned well from his Akata cousins and whatnot. You know, I said you don't take no responsibility every time you guys do something wrong. Yeah, this is what this whole damage is about. We having a monetized culture of this degradation because people think that's who we are. You know, the degradation, and also they think that's who Black America is. You
Yeah,
know,
sure.
so they always blame every time their people go bad. They always blame it on Black America. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's why when people talk about you all going to Africa, y'all gonna bring your Bloods and Crips and gangbangers. But that no, that's an aberration of Black America. That ain't Black America. The gangs also.
No, it's not.
So I don't go to listen to what people got to say. You know, I said majority, but 99% of us are straight people that know how to do what they got to do for life and everything. Only like 3% of Black Americans in the gangs and crime and all that shit like that. You know.
And those people, they're not coming. We're not going to allow those people to come. It's just going to be like, nope, it's not. It's not for you. And we're going to need people that know how to do things. And I mean, it's like this. I mean, look at the school system now. I mean, look at when you look at what the Chinese are teaching these kids. They're teaching them how to sew. They're teaching them how to create things. Their school system for the young kids, they physically engage their motor skills into tasks that are translatable in the market itself, and also how to take care of yourself. They have kids making fire. They have kids cooking food, chopping up food. I mean, they
Yeah,
teach you.
they make their own lunches and stuff.
That's right. Absolutely. And remember when we used to have auto shop. We used to have that wood shop, metal shop, auto shop. We used to have that in school. And everybody went through that. We had home ec. I mean, I remember we had home economics, and we
Oh
learned
yeah,
how to sew. And we went to home ec, we learned how to sew, learned how to bake some cookies and stuff. And then from the pillow that I made from home economics, then I went to the wood shop, and then they taught us how to make the wood stool,
I used
the
to make
wooden
I
stool.
used to make candle sconce. You know, things to
Yeah,
put.
I got you. Yeah, then for us it was a wooden stool we made, and so then the stuff that we made from home ec, I then put that pillow on the wooden stool, and I'll never forget that, man. And how we made that, and to this day, the bandsaw. I mean, I was in eighth grade, using the bandsaw and all of that type of stuff, sanders, and so. But now they're not teaching black folk how to do that, all that kind of stuff. So I was thinking the other day that one of the things that we would do that we would for some of the implementation is using really high end, like using simulators. Have kids learn how to have a simulator to run a backhoe, an excavator, how to use a crane. I mean, right now, how to fly aircraft. Some of the simulators to fly the aircraft, like how they're training these pilots, military grade aircraft, all the way through commercial aircraft. They are so realistic that, I mean, they are training. They are doing so well. In fact, one pilot was telling me, he said that he did all of his training in the simulators, and then he on his first flight with people. He told the captain. He said, the captain. He told the captain. He says. So he asked him about his flights. He goes, "This is my first flight with real people on board." And he was like, "What?" He says, "Yeah, because the simulators are that good." Of course, he did well, no problem at all. But so imagine having a bunch of simulators where we have young kids learning how to fly Boeing 777s or 737s or 787s or Airbus or some Airbus. I mean, just get in the plane and get in the simulator and start training. And just think of how the cost, how the cost goes down, and you're starting to train these kids for the future. Because I mean, believe it or not, you can train pretty much, anyone with some good aptitude how to work these machines. You can train anyone how to do that. And I hope that we are going to be able to give our kids these opportunities so that they can learn excavators, they can learn how to use a bobcat, they know how to stop a leak. I mean, that's what these kids are doing overseas, man. They give them pipes and there's a leak on it, and they learn how to stop the leak, turn off the water, and all that. These kids today, that's why the trades right now, they're killing it over people. Call a plumber. You have a problem in your house and call a plumber. See what he says. Boom, $500 just to show up. $250 minimum. Open up the wall, another $250. Yeah. And people will be like, okay, do whatever. Oh, they're killing people
Yeah, that's
today.
where the money's at in the skilled trades.
Yep, 100%.
You got people. I watched this report the other day. They said Harvard graduates MBAs. They said 35% of Harvard graduate MBAs last 2 years unemployed.
Yeah,
That's
wow,
me.
that's crazy.
35% of MBAs from Harvard graduates, are unemployed, can't find jobs.
Wow.
Yeah, people like
Yep.
28, 29 still living at home, no jobs. They got to do DoorDash for a living and stuff like that. That's the world we're living in right now. So,
Hmm.
people, when you talk about these immigrants coming here and whatnot, nobody wants to hear about your immigrant success story anymore. Nobody wants to
Hmm.
hear that no more. People want to say, well, geez, why are people always bragging about Nigerians and everything like that? Would they bypass everybody else and just get a job? No. I think a lot of that's a lot of hype. But the globalists, they always make it seem like immigrants are doing so well. Another thing I want to look at is this. People always think, and I'm not knocking Indians or nothing like that, but be careful. There's a lot of Indians that are scamming, you know?
Sure.
In the tech world and stuff like that. I didn't even realize that till before I said, so every time somebody tried to scam me, it was like an Indian because you don't think of Indians when you think of that, right?
Yeah, yeah, sure.
And I think they know that, when you hear the Indian, and you say to yourself, okay, he must be Indian. He's straight laced because that's what the image they put out there of these people like Asians are being so law abiding and model minority and stuff like that. So people use that to their advantage.
Yep,
I had this
yep,
guy the other
understood.
day. It was a link that said your PayPal account. Somebody's trying to. It was like somebody's trying to take $500 out of your PayPal account, right? So I called the number one night. He was like, "Well, blah blah blah." I said, "Well, I just got this email." I said, "The email came to my other email. This is not even my email I use for PayPal." Well, I got to open this, but I said, and he goes, gave me some website, and then I guess I'll take it too long to open the website. He goes, "You open?" I said, "Well, I loaded my computer." I said, "Didn't I tell you?" He said, "Fuck off," and hung up.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
hear
yeah.
shit? He just said, "Fuck off." So take it too long, open up the website, whatever. Like that was just it didn't even make any sense. Because they wanted more of my
Yep.
information, my credit card, all stuff like this. It was a scam. I was like, man, get out of here. And so I
Yes,
checked my
exactly.
PayPal account. It was like, okay, nobody took any money out because I said I would have my bank freaking block it. But there was no activity. So the guy it's a scam to get you to give them your information.
Yep, I got you.
So I was like, yeah, the guy said, he actually said, fuck off.
Yep,
And hung
exactly.
up. I was like, whoa, man, that was real professional.
Sure,
Principal
sure,
says,
sure.
okay, we will work 2 jobs, need an average criminal, but foreign blacks don't celebrate them or make excuses for them. Yo, look, man, principal, that's a lot of bullshit, right? You foreign blacks have a lot of crime in the community in America. That's why you guys getting deported. Even if you don't celebrate them, they're part of your community. But they don't make excuses. Okay, the excuse is why are they in America illegally? That's an excuse. Well, blah 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 blah. Country this, or my government this one night. They always talk about their government, but that's not America's problem. It's not my problem. I wish you guys a lot of luck and everything like that, but I'm sick and tired of people glorifying foreigners. Foreign blacks. He was foreign blacks. Foreign blacks ain't doing shit in this country. What, brother Head, are you seeing something
Hmm.
I'm not saying? What are foreign blacks doing so great in this country that they keep bragging about?
I mean, look, it's once again. I get. Look, I get them. I mean, it's like if you're doing great, I would tell them. I'd say, well, you need to go back to your nation itself and bring that expertise and really do something. So go back to your country and try to help your own country out first. If you've gotten the expertise, if you learn how to do things here and you're very successful, then bring that success back to your nation because that's where it's needed. That's where it is needed. And that's what I would say to them. That's like, just in the end, it's like, what's your legacy going to be? So what? If you have just because you have a house and a BMW Mercedes or whatever car that you think is good, or stupid Tesla, then great, good for you. But that's nothing. Okay, that's what is that for your legacy? I mean,
It puts that-
we
I said
want to
we're
build
doing
something.
okay.
We want to build
So,
something
so,
for the
so is
future.
everybody else. Black America's doing okay. Everybody's doing okay. But some, we want more. We're like, oh, so we're doing okay. You guys, that's a whole thing. Another thing I'm seeing now. You heard that Judge Bashan. I heard that judge over Trump's case. I heard he's really a Colombian national.
It probably is.
And the bottom line is Trump's lawyer said we're going to send them back to the third world. In other words, that what they did with Trump, that was some third world type shit, which,
Mm-hmm.
because I thought about it, I said, you got AOC, she's from freaking the third world, and you got these
Yep.
people, and then you got these black women following behind these people like Fannie Willis, acting ghetto in high offices. Like you got that other lady. What do you think about that? The Jasmine Crockett, whatever her name is, a congresswoman, hood rat congresswoman.
Oh gosh, she's something else, man. It's just I don't hear any solutions coming from her.
All they do is talk about racism, white supremacy, the white
Yes,
us
that's all it
out of
is.
here and that
Yeah,
shit.
that's it.
You know,
Yeah, absolutely. And no, getting back to some of what we're talking about doing ourselves, I tell you this, even with Africa, they got to get their act together. I've been on the African Union website just to see, what's going on and all that.
nothing.
And they've got, it's just they still got stuff on 2024 up there. They still got, it's just nothing on, it's just nonsense.
It's like we have to save Africa from them.
It's like they just like come together. It's like, come on, guys. Like,
They
when
come
is the
together to
next?
get free food and hanging out and stuff like that. It's not the AU is not a serious organization. It's not.
No, unfortunately, it just is not working out to be that. In Ethiopia, it's like they said, there's one in the 12th to 16th of February. It's like, who's going there? And it's like, it's just a bunch. It's not. I just don't see what these guys are doing. And it's like, when some people have talked to us before and say, "Oh, you guys got to go to the AU and you
I know
guys
it's
got
a
to do
joke.
this and
You're
do
wasting
that,"
time.
but when you look at what they're doing, it's like, it's just very, very silent. And
The
it's
problem
like,
with AU is that none of these countries will ever succeed any of their sovereignty to the AU.
no, they're
In other
not
words,
going to.
basically, there should be an African port authority. You know what I'm saying? That's administered by AU, which is selected by certain countries to operate African ports. And include airports, everything like that. African Aviation Authority. All that AU could house those institutions. African Trade Association. African Monetary Zone. The AU could do that.
Mhm.
If they organize, but they don't do that. No, all these countries got their own little deals with China and Europe and everything. They ain't trying to. That's a farce. The African Union is a farce. It's a joke.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. It's like, it's just they're so all over the place. They're so all over the place,
And
and
the
that's why we
problem
got
is,
to keep.
people. Did you see that the other last week with Congo, the government of DR Congo executed like 200 people.
Oh yeah, I did see. I did see. That was yeah. I was really surprised about that one. I was like, yo, that was
And
yeah,
two
they
of them
were.
were white Americans.
Yeah, I thought. Yeah, there was a guys that looked foreign. That who were
Two
those
white
guys?
Americans from Utah.
It was a gang. It was a gang.
No, what happened was the white Americans were involved with a coup. They were friends with the one son of one of the rebel leaders that tried to orchestrate a coup. And they
Mm,
basically was like his business partners said, yeah, they were going to get gold, diamonds, concessions, whatever like that. So they went along with it. Stupid enough to go to Congo. They thought they was going to take over, and they got caught. So now they're on trial for treason. Try to overthrow the government. That along with like 200 other people that they just rounded up, say they were criminals. I said, if you can't provide basic life for people, you have no right executing them. That's
mm.
the way I see it. You can't just say somebody is a criminal or whatever like that, and you gave them nothing. Congo is a freaking mess. It's
Yeah, it's
completely
unfortunate.
lawless and poverty stricken.
One of the most one of the most beautiful countries in the world
Could be beautiful country, but
with the
they destroyed it.
resources of, yeah, with the resources of everything. I mean, they have all of the resources,
They could
and
basically
they really need nothing from no one. They can grow their own food. They can make their own manufacturing. They can do. They can
Yeah, they can
create
manufacture
every
anything
single
because
thing
they got
that they.
all the minerals there to
Yes, they sure
manufacture
do.
everything. You know,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It's really it's something else, man. What's going on with these people? It
but
really
they
is,
would.
man.
That's what they want us to integrate into. I'm like, no, don't. I can't do that. You know, I can't
No,
integrate into an African chaos. You know, I need my own shit. You know,
no, no. There's no question about it. And we're not paying nothing from no one. We're not. No, we're going to get our land. This is our right. It is our turn. It is our turn. We need to have something on our. And there's once again, I've done this animation. I'll show it to you. I'm almost done with it. I have this really good animation of what the how small 10,000 square miles is on this continent. You know, out of the 11 million. So I've got this nice little animation of all the nations on like how big this continent is. It's so big, it's ridiculous. It's so big, it's ridiculous, and it's so vast. It amazes me how vast the continent is,
right?
and and we have that right. We simply have that right, brother. We have
Yeah,
that right, and all we want to do is just be a part of the solution. We want to be a part to be a part of that solution um, to what you call it. Yeah,
build Africa for the
yeah,
future. You know,
yep.
so I
I've
don't know. I
got a
don't.
lot of this stuff. Yep. Let's see.
A
I
person,
wrote on here. I said it's a time for independence. I said the African American population, though politically marginalized in the U.S., possesses the expertise and resources to thrive as a sovereign nation. With a modest allocation of land, 10,000 square miles on the African continent, we can establish a thriving, modern state that honors our ancestors and contributes to global progress. Since 1980, 34 nations have achieved independence. Our pursuit of sovereignty aligns with this international precedent. So nobody can say we don't have this right.
yeah, just a matter of implementing it and doing it. You know, at this
Yep. Now
point.
it's brother, more people. The timing is even better right now. It's just this is the I think the perfect storm is happening right now.
And black people, it gets me is black people. Okay, this is what I'm saying. Trump clearly says is doing mass deportations. End of DEI.
Hmm.
They even said he's trying to get rid of civil rights and whatnot. So what else do they need to say? Now you would think you would, even though I know it's bullshit, right?
Yep.
If black people keep talking like that's real, how do you act if that's real? You start because your natural response is become a nationalist, you know, but it doesn't. So it tells me a lot of people complain about Trump aren't serious, you know.
Yeah.
You really think he was doing what you say he's doing? He's racist, white supremacist, and he's a white nationalist, all
Yep.
that. You would become a nationalist yourself. That's how you defend. If somebody's coming at you with a knife, you pull out another knife, right? Somebody coming with a gun, you pull a gun. You know, that's how it is. You know, you match fire with fire. So if why are you basically turning your back on black nationalism or black nation if you really do believe that you're being squeezed out of
Yeah.
America?
Sure.
You know,
If you really believe that this nation is going to hell and black folks are going to be even more marginalized, we're
what
going
is
to
what is that? Well,
go
he's going to put us in
backwards,
slavery.
and
If you really
we're just
believe
going
Trump
to
is trying to put
yeah,
you in
they're going to
slavery,
take
then what?
everything away from us, and we're just going to have to get our get all we're going to do is be relegated to getting an EBT card and a little bit of cash, and we're going to be stuck in these little cities for the rest of our lives with no way to take a vacation. If you really think that that's what's going to happen, then what's your solution? Just to say, okay, well, just take it. Now, what is your solution? I would
Well,
ask
basically, their
from the
solution
people
is
in the
just
shop.
sitting around, watching videos and oh
Yeah,
yeah, now you got people out there protest. Did you see that protest in New York against the Trump administration during our inauguration day? It was just such a same old thing. We ain't gonna stand for racism on stolen land. I said this black guy up there. Our trans rights are under threat. The LGBT. I'm like, you black fool. What the hell do you care about trans rights and saying why is that your fight? Illegal immigration.
Yeah, right.
Why the hell is that your fight? I don't understand Negroes anymore.
Mhm.
You know, like Willie D. I don't care. Look. Bottom line is, like I said tonight, top of the show, I said, look, everybody's concerned about DEI, mass media, but I'm not concerned
Yep.
about it because it don't really affect me, once whatsoever. Now if I was Haitian or Nigerian and I was here illegally, I would be concerned, but that's not my reality.
Mhm.
And I'm not going to make it my reality. Just black people always take it on causes that they should be just like, look, I'm good. Let me, it's like so see wouldn't want to be y'all got to hold your own nuts. We got to do our own thing. We get like that, then we could get someplace. So we're worried about ourselves at this point in time, man. So we're not going to be lauded. Like, let me give you an example, brother. The Congressional Black Caucus, the head of the Congressional is a Jamaican lady. You know what she said when she took over? So we got to fight for immigrant rights. Like, she's a Congressional Black Caucus, as I call it. Shouldn't be Black African Americans?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Why is she talking about? And I guess she helped get Garvey exonerated by Biden, whatever like that. Whoopie do. But her whole thing is we got to protect immigrant rights. What does immigrants' rights have to do with Black America? I don't get that.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's totally separate. Yes,
But she's
completely
a member.
separate.
She's the head of the chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus. And so, but now immigration. So who gave these people permission to basically tell Black Americans? That's because that shows you that we don't really have a political agenda. Where people
No.
could just take it upon themselves to friggin' say Black America. Did they get a poll or consensus among Black people that that's what we should spend our political capital on, fighting for immigrants?
Yes, exactly. No,
So
I'm sorry. That's not. No, that's no. Because other people, they are once again, they're focused. They're focused on their own people. That's
exactly,
what they're
that's how we
focused
got to start being. Let me give you an example. When affirmative action like a year ago got canceled by the Supreme Court, whatever like that, you had all these Asians thinking they did something, right? And the Black people were
on.
like, okay, so what? And, and we were like, so what? And then come to find the Asians like we thought our roll was going to go up, it actually went down.
Yeah,
Yeah, so the joke's on you because we got HBCUs, and
yeah,
HBCUs are
absolutely.
booming, because
Yeah, a lot of Asians are actually going to HBCUs. Actually,
yeah, because and that's going to be a fertile ground for the nation building movement. That's going to be a fertile ground for what we're talking about, the Black HBCUs.
yeah, absolutely.
So it is what it is.
Yeah,
So
absolutely. But brother, like I said, as we continue to move forward in our mission, and it's I'm really excited about this year and what's going to
oh
happen.
yeah, I think momentum's going to be on our side.
Yeah, I'm totally excited about this.
Yeah, I can't wait to see you on that trip to Liberia next year, bro.
Hey, listen, brother, inshallah, God be willing. Yeah, let's.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's we definitely want to
we'll
get
have a
over there.
business thing, and also we're going to also talk about the African American nation at the business conference.
But yeah, like I
So
said, but it'd be nice to go visit. I want to definitely go visit some other locations that have that unoccupied territory.
yeah,
Because like I said,
we're
I
going
know
to do
how
that.
you are with Liberia, but I'm not dealing with none of the natives at
No,
all.
well, yeah,
Zero.
Liberia just to me is just a resting spot.
Yeah, yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
but
As a spot to launch from, great.
yeah,
But from what I've seen just recently with that one group of individuals, that one doctor who was in Nigeria, spent all that money buying. Oh, you saw that video of her?
oh yeah.
And they just, I felt so bad for that sister.
Yeah, so
Who spent
that's the whole thing is like my brother
totally destroyed it.
what you call if you want to if people want to buy land, they got to get to what people like myself who got connections on the ground, Liberia, Mabani got connections in Ghana and stuff like that. But you don't just go. You don't. I'm not trying to disparage all Nigerians, but that's foolish. Like because they know how to play that brother game. My brother,
Mhm.
and they're freaking crooks.
Yeah, that sister, she was so disappointed. I mean, I felt so bad for
That was
her.
bad. That was really sad.
Yeah, she lost everything. She
Yep.
lost everything. No,
Yep.
and,
A
and,
sad,
and it's
sad
like,
situation.
yeah, it is. It is a
Sad
sad
story.
situation. It's like
All
totally
right,
sad
let
situation.
me. I got Elvis on. So Elvis, man, I am not just worried about DEI and mass deportations. Are you?
Yeah, man. I mean, they might deport me, man. Don't worry about
Yeah, well, it's like this, man.
it.
I'm just saying. I don't think it's funny and nothing like that, but well, it could be worse, man. At least you have someplace to
Where are
go.
you from originally, Elvis?
Liberia.
Liberia? Oh, look, man. I mean, look, your nation. You got a nation of your own. I mean, you got all
Oh
the
yeah, that's what
resources.
I would. I would love to be in
I'd
his position, man.
be
I'd be like,
going back. I would be
the
going
fuck,
back to
man. I'd be like, hey,
Liberia.
deport my ass, man. Free ride back home. I like deport my ass, man. Shit, man. That's what I would
With
be.
the skill sets you've learned over here right now, the
That's what I'm
things that you
saying, man.
learned.
Shit.
Nah, I'm playing. I can be deported, man. I'm good.
Yeah.
But
Oh, look, look.
I don't see it happening though. I mean, our state is already suing. You know,
Oh, yo. So so.
our AG Keith Ellison is already suing. So we'll see what happens. You know, the state has
So
rights,
you
right,
gonna say
Carla?
you're part of the resistance, man? Come on.
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you what's happening in the state. You know, Keith Ellison, the black
What is he gonna do
Muslim.
with Tom Homan? He might just be arrest Keith Elverson.
Oh, okay,
I mean, I'm dead serious. He said, if any public official get in the way, I'm arresting him. I'm like, damn.
okay.
Yeah. Now Tom Homan is not playing. No, he's got the
Yeah, this
federal
guy's not
law.
playing.
Federal law
Even
trumps
though,
everything. He's
I'll
not
be honest with you, right? I was
he
at
ain't playing
a
games, bro.
hibachi grill today. I was at this hibachi grill today. Place's freaking food was delicious, man. All right, brother, hey, do you eat hibachi?
Yes, sir. I do.
Oh my god, this place is amazing, right? So anyway, but guess who's working back there? All like illegal.
How
These
you
guys,
know they illegal, Carla?
I know. Come on, man. Chinese restaurant. Of course they're illegal, but who cares? And they got this big tip jar, man. Everybody, the guy he goes like this. He even takes a spatula, we tip the tip jar like motherfuckers. We throw up there, and he's like, "Yo, look." Everybody like, "Okay, put it down." He'll say, "Look, the thing is full of money, and he's getting paid." So the bottom line is this: I'm like, these guys. Without these guys, man, I would not have no damn hibachi. So I don't want to see them go. I'm like this. Some people, man, if you got I feel like this. If you got a job and you're doing well, you should be able to get a fine, and then promise to self-deport in the future, whatever like that. Make plans like that. But I don't believe it should be grabbed up like that because who's going to cook our food, man? Who's going to do all this
But
shit?
Carla, how do you think they're gonna get all these people, man?
They're
People who are
doing it, man.
illegal in it.
Look. The
No, I'm
bottom line.
saying people who are illegal in this country. How are they gonna catch them? How are they gonna
Hold on.
find them?
Just like this.
They
This is
no,
how it
they
is.
have they you can't hide,
They use
brother
a
Elvis.
military plane,
No,
craft, and everything, man.
they can just
They got
systematically
they
they
got the
know where
ways.
all of those pictures like the database of their facial recognition stuff. I mean, yes, some people will have, but
And if you look
they
Hispanic or
already got
whatever like that.
1,300 guys and they already sent them back home.
And I'll be honest
And
with you. Look, I have an African last name, man. I might get swept up in a dragnet. Hey,
No, the people who probably get caught up is the ones who's been involved with the law. You know, had a
of
couple.
course,
yeah, but
the
hold up. There
worst
was one
person,
guy, right,
the
that they
worst person.
arrested, right? One guy they arrested, right? That was a criminal, right? But he was hiding out in another person's house that was clean, right? But they arrested him and deported him too, because he was harboring a fugitive, So that's what's
Yeah,
going on. So everybody's like turning in people that they know, just to, like oh man, if the criminals, they turn the Hispanic community legal are turning in all their criminals, and that's how it's
yeah,
happening. So it's easy. Oh yeah, you want that motherfucker? He's right over here. And then
yeah.
if you turn people in,
Exactly. I mean, yeah, because
they
some of
like
them.
look the other way with you.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
That's
Some
exactly
of
how
the,
they're doing it.
especially those Venezuelan gang guys, they're
Well, they're going out of here.
yeah,
It was like 2 days they deported like 1,000 people. Holy shit,
yeah.
man.
No, that's good. I mean, especially for guys who came into the country looking for a better life and then get
No,
into crime and start doing
they
violent
were
stuff.
guys, no, they were no. These were people who were expelled from their country because of of the criminality.
They're
Now
getting them out of here
these were the
immediately.
Yeah, those people for sure should be deported.
Well, they'll deal with the illegals. This main thing is stop the migration here. And
Yeah,
then one by one,
if you
if
want
you,
to come find
you know,
a better life over here, go online, get in line, do it the right way.
right.
Put your application in. But everyone coming across the border, oh, I'm a fugitive, this and that.
Well,
I'm living in
I'm asylum and whatnot. If that's the
yeah,
case, everybody would come in. But I did say this, brother. Here, tell me what you think. I said one of the reasons why this is happening is because America is fundamentally an adolescent country. In other words, you've been to Singapore, right? Do you know
yes, of
Singapore
course.
is what it is because of Japan? Japan had leadership
Hmm.
in Asia. Japan is a real mature state, you know. Same thing with China and everything. So therefore, Japan was like they have this old Japanese saying that says instead of fighting over the rice bowl, what do they say? Increase the size of the bowl, right? So Japan
Mhm.
had brought that philosophy to Asia, and it transferred trillions of dollars in yen, trillions of yen to Southeast Asia to help them industrialize. Now Japan got trading and business partners. Japan's trade with South Korea is like $300 billion a year. You know, once a backward feudal state, 300 billion. Japan and China do $400 billion a year. China was once a third world country. You know, $400 billion between Japan and China. Japan is Southeast Asia, right? Another $300 billion. You know, Japan completely does not need the West for trade or anything. It can deal with Southeast Asia. Look at America, right? America did not invest in these countries, right? That's why you got so much poverty on this, in the hemisphere. You know, every country that America messes with in the hemisphere is poverty stricken. But look at Japan. Every country they mess with is now wealthy and doing well. So that's where American exceptionalism failed. But that being said, America does have a right to protect its borders. But you could deport people all you want. If we don't do something about the economies in these areas, right, they're going to be back. You know, that's what it is. And then what happens is when they start coming back, like, you know, I don't know. And then you got United States declared the cartels be terrorists. That's what you know what that implicates. That means that next step is they're going to declare Mexico a failed state, right? And because it's near its border, right? You think if America could declare Iraq a failed state and invade it, Afghanistan, Somalia, why do you think it would not invade Mexico? So this is the stakes we're doing right now. You know, it could be seeing our lifetime that the
You
United
can't
States.
you can't invade a state just because
Yeah,
it's a failed state.
really, really. Then tell me how Bush, George H.W. Bush got like what four? How many nations? David, you know that the Desert Storm. How many nations participated in that?
Oh, I mean, I can't remember the number right now, but there was a good number, of
It was like
course.
you had countries even from Africa that was this.
Yeah, because Saddam Hussein went into a neighboring nation,
It
Kuwait,
had everything to do with
invaded them, refused to pay his debt, and and try to steal their oil.
all it had to do was okay. Mexico got oil, you know, on its coast. You know, all it has to do is the United States decides that you're a failed state. You know, this is how it happened. And
No, you can't unilaterally decide it. And even if a state is
oh,
failed, you
no,
can't just
the United States
invade them.
didn't do that. They went to the UN. They start calling in favors, right? You know, every country that participated, they got their debts forgiven. Everything. America basically has got it figured out. Every country in Africa sent somebody over there. Why? Because they said they were in debt to the United States. You know, they said we'll wipe your debt clean. And every country in Africa said, you know, fuck Iraq, man. They sent people over there. You know, even they were.
That's not how it worked, Carla.
Yes, it is, yo. I
Iraq
don't know.
Iraq
You
was an
lied to me.
aggressor
Look, yo,
in a
look.
neighboring country.
I remember. Look, Elvis, right? You don't. I mean, educate you. You don't know anything about America, bro. I remember
No,
that.
you're right.
David Hitt. Do you remember that shit? You know, the
Was
first Gulf War.
yes, of course. I was there. I was
How
in.
did they get all those countries to participate? United States was handing out favors. You know. Oh, you know,
Yeah.
Egypt got its debt wiped clean. Egypt was like $11 billion in debt. You
Well,
know.
Iraq wasn't attacked because it was a failed state. It was attacked because they invaded
Hold on.
Kuwait
It was no
and
invaded
tried to
Kuwait. Hold
take
on,
control of
invaded
their
Well, what
oil
Kuwait.
happened was,
fields.
I mean,
Oh, but
yeah,
they attacked Iraq even
they
more.
were
Kuwait had
saying that.
loaned them a lot of money and they refused to pay back, and they thought they could just strong arm Kuwait and take their oil fields.
Well,
They
And
were
the United
claiming
States,
that Kuwait was stealing their oil, so that's what
right?
they were
it was
claiming.
still in their oil. They were undercutting them and everything like that. So they had a really right
So,
to invade them. But the thing is, Iraq was also America's ally against Iran for like 8-year war. You know, America was arming
yeah,
Iraq against Iran, but it turned around real quick when when Iraq threatened Saudi Arabia by invading Kuwait and everything, and they got like all these countries around the world and convinced the world through propaganda that we have to invade Iraq. They could put a no-fly zone, everything like that. Same thing with Afghanistan.
No,
Same thing with
there was a lot of
Somalia.
things going on in Iraq too, with the weapon of mass destruction, the
There was no
chemical
weapons of mass
bombs
destruction. They
with the
made it up.
Kurds, the chemical bombs with the Kurds that was made up.
Yeah. The Bible, yeah, the chemical bomb is one thing, but they said weapons of mass destruction. That means nuclear weapons. You
Yeah,
know.
mostly the chemical bombs, and then refused to let the United Nations
The United States
inspectors
was in there,
inspect their
and they didn't
facilities.
care. They basically said
Yeah,
all the inspectors they in there. When that inspector said, "Yo, whatever," George Bush said, "Forget the inspection, forget the human shields. We're going to war." They still the second Bush invaded them and blew Saddam down. Same thing they did with Mogadishu, Somalia. Failed state means the United States will come and get you. If
not true.
Mexico is designated a failed state, all these countries better get their act together because the bottom line, United States, you keep bringing your people over here and you can't get your country together when you're gonna be visited by Uncle Sam. That's the way it is, man. That's America, man. That's what you bought into it, Elvis, man. This is the real America we're talking about. So
What
Right
what
now,
is the real America?
with Trump back in office, it's back to just domination right now. That's
America
what.
wants to dominate the world, bro.
Yeah,
You know,
it's going to
world
be. We're going to
police,
get.
all that shit like that.
We are going to take back the
Oh,
Panama.
I thought a lot of people didn't want they want to be more isolationist. They don't want to get
No,
involved in other people's
no,
shit
not
who are
when,
voting
not
for
when,
Trump.
not when Panama basically is giving
Yeah,
the Panama
he's going to take
Canal
it.
with
We
China and
are going to
whatnot.
take the Panama
That
Canal
can't
out.
understand.
Yeah, but I heard a lot of people saying that Trump is going to leave shit alone. He's going to be America
Yeah,
first. He's not
America
going to
first,
focus on
unless you
us.
got American interests
He's not going to
involved.
get involved in other people's shit.
Yeah, that's what he said. He's not gonna meddle in countries like. But if there's American interests involved, right, American security, he's gonna take action. Like BRIC, he's threatening countries that sign up for BRIC with 100% tariffs. Trump is not stupid.
Call him
I,
4 years. Let's see what
I
happens. We're
underestimated.
here for it.
I
We're here for the
underestimated
ride.
him, right? Because I didn't even know he knew what BRIC was. I didn't even know he knew what BRIC was. And I know
How would you say that, Carla?
what.
How would you
I
say that?
look in all his
He was the
campaign. He never
president
mentioned
before. He
BRIC.
gets
He
all the
didn't mention BRIC
information from the
until
top
after he
news
got really
sources.
elected. Yeah, that's what he talked about BRIC because everybody's like he said any country that joins BRIC, that trade BRIC, we're gonna put 100% tariffs on all their
Carla,
goods.
he get briefs on those things every day. What do you mean you're surprised he knew what it was?
No, I'm surprised that he knew that's a direct provocation against Russia, South Africa, Brazil, India. He's basically saying that we know it's a potential threat. We're not gonna let it get out of hand. We're gonna nip it. It's like in the art of war. It says, how do you stop an enemy? You get them in this planning stage, not when they're in formation. You attack them when they're in their planning stage. BRICS is planning to replace the
Oh, so
dollar.
you want the United States to stop countries from having economic agency? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I'm saying that while I'm in the United States, right, and I don't have a nation of my own, I have to rock with the United States, for the time being, Well, we have a nation
We're
of our
rocking
own.
with the U.S., but I'm
Hold on,
saying
hold
you
on.
think that's a good idea?
Well, yeah,
Okay.
because Black America earns $1.6 trillion a year, and I don't want nothing to happen to that shit. Jamal, go ahead, bro.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, I hear y'all talking about Brits. How everybody doing?
Good, good. What's
I,
your
I,
opinion?
I will
Good.
say this, man. I kind of agree, man. I was surprised he brought BRICS up too, because BRICS was not a mainstream talking point
It wasn't. It
at
wasn't.
any political level. So, to Kyle's point, I do kind of agree. Like, because that was some kind of underground talk. People were talking about
Internet. That's an internet talk.
conscious
FBA,
community, the woke community, everything. You know what I mean? But I was surprised he was aware of that.
like
I'm
the
sure he's
GMO
aware of it.
shit.
Yeah. But listen, man, it's mass deportations. I'm in Philadelphia, sanctuary city, and they grabbing them up down in certain areas, man. So
Yep, good
it's
to
gonna be
go. Good. I'm glad to hear it.
it's gonna be interesting. But yeah, it's good to hear from everybody. Yep.
Yeah. Yo, I see Michael Roebuck comment. You communicating with him, Jamal?
We still friends
Oh,
on
come
Facebook.
on, Jamal. Tell me, man. Is he
Yeah,
plotting something against me or something?
Oh, come on.
What's he got to say? What's he say, man? Come on.
No. We friends on Facebook. Other than that,
What are they doing? Yo, you didn't tell me. How did it work out in Tanzania, man?
Oh, in Tanzania? Oh, with you talking about with Robux?
Yeah, and Mike Akins and all them.
Mike Akins. Yeah, Mike Akins.
Mike.
He said he likes Tanzania, man. But
How's he going? How's his business going?
I think he back in the States though.
Yeah, I kind of
back,
figured that,
Yeah, but he said he's going back
every
over.
time he got.
Yeah.
I try to tell him, man, he wants to do things on his own. You don't
The
know.
thing is, with certain businesses, you can't really jumpstart over there without.
I told him that, I told him that if he would have went to Liberia like I told him, or did Angola like we planned, he'd probably be somebody. No, but he don't want to listen, or whatever, So
yeah. So how y'all feel? Everybody feeling about the deportations, man? You hear Mississippi?
Me personally, it does not concern me. Only thing I would say is this, right? The problem I have is this. the United States basically is an adolescent country, right? And all these countries that we're doing this, every one of these countries, the United States, mess with internally, and cause a lot of instability and stuff like that. But at the same time, you look at Asia, Japan. Japan didn't get into the internal affairs of these countries; it only invested there and built things, whatnot. America, we have this gung ho warmongering, good guy, bad guy. This person like it started with that Emmanuel Noriega shit, we go down there and we arrest the guy, whatever like that. He's the bad guy. Put him on a thing. Put him on CNN. Oh, we got the bad guy, and then you got this the elections, the fake elections of El Salvador a couple of years later, and stuff like that. Just the United States basically, just messing with these countries and everything like that. Don't really invest in these countries. Don't really do anything just to protect United Fruit Company and Chiquita Banana and all these American companies' interests down there. That has to stop. You know, and then when these countries basically look up and whatnot, and they're still like Honduras, they said there's absolutely nothing there, really nothing. The whole entire country said we got to go north or we're gonna starve. That's sad.
And with jungle, a lot of jungle. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't. But then again, you got countries over there where we don't have this problem, like Guyana. People still there, and Suriname and all
But
those
I,
other
I think the difference is though Guyana has a small population. It's only like 300,000 people in
really.
in the whole country. Yeah, Guyana's very small. I didn't know that, but yeah, it's very small.
What about okay? Well, Guyana borders Venezuela. Why does Venezuela have such a large population?
Well, it's a bigger country. Venezuela has it's a way bigger country. They just got more people, had more settlements, more land area. But yeah, Guyana's small. I didn't realize how small Guyana was, as far as population wise, anyway.
Yeah, so that's the whole thing. So as long as you got these people got to come to the U.S. whatnot, like that.
And I noticed, Kyle, countries that's typically smaller, they tend to do a little better. If they around that 500,000 range,
Yeah,
like
would you
Bahamas.
get? I don't know. You can We can never have a country, of African country, a black country that got millions of people that they basically doing well. You never notice that?
Yeah,
It's only countries like Namibia they only got like 1.2 million people. They're doing all right.
yeah.
Same thing with Botswana. They only got
Ivory Coast is doing well.
that. Yeah, so what? Somewhat. It's doing well somewhat. But like Ivory Coast is tethered to the French. That's basically a France's back door. So it does tell me that although we will talk about the French and race, clothing and that, you got to look at it like realistically. If the French,
Ethiopia is doing pretty well.
the French did pull out, what happened? Ethiopia is doing all right. Ethiopia has a lot of poverty.
Ethiopia is a war waiting to happen, man.
Yeah, it's a lot of poverty.
Between
The conflict with Egypt with the dam.
Romo and the Eritrean people, man. That's a war waiting to happen, man.
Yeah, so the Tigris in Ethiopia, all those people in conflict.
Yep.
So Kenya's all right, but I tell you one thing, I do like Ghana. I'm feeling Ghana right now. Friend Sam, he's in Ghana right now. He sent me a thing. He's one of those bitter. My boy Sam, I love him. He's those bitter American Liberians. He's like, look at Ghana, man. Kala. He sent me this video of these new Ghana housing estates. Look nice, man. I was like, holy shit. He said, this is what progress looks like, But Ghana's on the up. It's coming up, man.
Yeah, they get it because their culture
is he living in Ghana, Kala?
He's in Ghana, yeah.
I mean, is he living there or he's just visiting?
He's living there,
Oh, that's good. That's good.
He has a lot of property. He owns he's a Cooper family. He go all the way back to the founding. He has like around 10 buildings in Monrovia, central.
No, I'm saying, is he living in Ghana? Is he a Ghanaian citizen?
Ghana, yeah, he's living in Ghana. He just gave up.
That's good. That's good.
He has a lot of property in Liberia. I would be in Liberia. He has land in Marshall.
No, I mean, it's good. He's living in Ghana. That's good.
He has like land. I looked at his map on Google Earth, man. It's like fucking like a whole city the size of his land.
Ghana can update their property and land rights, man.
Yeah, if they did that, they would be killing it. If they modernize. See, you gotta say something. America's land system, like Liberia's, is based on the Magna Carta. The Magna Carta.
I mean, somebody got a mute. It's just typing.
I think it's probably hit. When the landlord is based on the Magna Carta, that was based on the idea of individual property right and the state rights. That's the reason why Liberia was able to you could own property in Liberia because they had to model after the American property system. That's the only thing they knew. So that means you have a state, you could property lines, stuff like that, deeds and stuff like that. Ghana don't have that. They don't have tribal land and it's leased. So that's why you can't really borrow against it. You can't turn it into real estate. Because you don't actually own the land. You only own what's on the top of it. It's like a feudal system still.
Yeah,
So
when you can't invest in a country, it stunts like growth. It stunts
yeah.
intellectual
So I don't know what Ghana.
stuff.
Like I said, people don't. They haven't. That's something they could do to modernize their land laws. Just say forget all this customary stuff. Let's register land as property, deed, whatever like that, and let people own land no matter whether they're a citizen or not. You own the property. Like South Africa, you don't have to be a citizen to own property there. It's real estate. It's like any other business that you might own as a foreigner. You can own property, buildings, whatever. Ghana don't have it like that. If Ghana did right there, it would overtake South Africa in like 10 years. It would overtake South Africa in growth and everything. So that's the only thing holding Ghana back, their land laws.
I think the north is kind of old too, like that northern region up there, and like
Yeah,
that
yeah.
and all that. That's more controlled by the the
The Shanty
Muslim.
region too.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so we don't have modern land laws. There's banks, mortgage companies, and stuff like that. But you can't build equity in the land. You can't make it an asset. And we can't make an asset. You can't use it as collateral. But that's how business is run. You have to have collateral. That's why it's important that the land laws be modernized. Only country in the world that works like that, where it's not modernized, only is Hong Kong. But Hong Kong has one of the best real estate because you know why? Because if you build a building in Hong Kong, you may not own the property it sits on, but you make so much money in rent, that you don't even care. You make so much money in rent that you fill up one of those buildings. Those tall buildings they build in Hong Kong. There's like a 200 floors and shit. Everybody is paying rent. So do you care about if you actually own the land? No. So nobody in Hong Kong owns land actually. The real estate is basically
Who
you own.
owns it? Who owns it? The CCP?
Yeah. It was always like that though. Even when the British had it, you could not actually own land in Hong Kong. It was always basically you could build. The thing is, housing was such a demand, people still made money. See, the whole thing about real estate is, David Hicks going to tell you this, right? If you got really good equity in land, you don't have to necessarily rent it out because the housing will increase in value whether somebody's living in it or not. For the most part, you can go a few years without somebody living there, because you can make money just milking the equity out of it. But when you basically have a situation where you don't own the land, you can't take no equity out of it. So that's why in Hong Kong, it doesn't matter because you're making so much money because rents go in social housing shortage that you put up a building, it's filled to capacity within days. So that's why a lot of people invest in Hong Kong anyway, even though they can't add it to their portfolio. They could say, okay, this asset, they could just take the money that they make minus maintenance and taxes and say this is what I made, and that they can use the cash that they make as an asset, but the actual property itself you can't use it as an asset. So, but Brother Hit knows more about that than I do.
Yeah, a little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah, but was I right about what I just said? Was I right?
Repeat that one, sir.
No, I was saying that in Hong Kong you don't own the land like Ghana, but the thing is, with Hong Kong they span it vertically.
Yeah, because land is so limited over
Yeah.
there. So land is limited. So you're building the space that's going up, and for once again, what I learned, like I said in Singapore, order first, then the laws come. When the nation is built, you must establish order first, then laws can come. And once that happens, then that land, when people feel safe, that's when your property values are going to go. Like we'll be in a bigger spot, but we're still going to be in a limited area, which as time goes on, the price values are going to go up very much. Like I said, giving back to where I'm at in Key West. Key West is a very safe place, and like I said, these houses are $2, $3, $4, $5 million for pieces of crap. It's because it's the weather, it's the location, and there's no drama here, and people not worried about getting bum rushed in their houses, home invasions, and all of that, because there's only one way on and one way off this island. That's it. One bridge on, one bridge off for Key West. They can shut that down. And if you're going to try to get on a boat, I mean, there's a lot of military bases over here, so you just can't do it here. And so when you have those kind of ideal situations, then like for us, our property values will go up tremendously. And then of course people will rent. Like I want to take rent from foreigners. Like we will never sell land to foreigners. Absolutely not. They will never be able to own land in this new nation. And the pioneers that come over, once we clear those trees, I'm telling you guys, everybody that's going to go there is going to be mega multi-millionaires. I'm telling you. Those on the pioneer force, 10, 20 years down the line, you guys will all be mega multi-millionaires. 1,000%. I promise you, you will be mega multi-millionaires. I'm not talking just $2 million, $3 million. You'll probably be worth somewhere, hundreds of millions of dollars. Absolutely.
Look at bringing it up. Principally goes, Africa's smart for having a 99-year lease. Oh, okay. But Africa, the thing is, principally, Africa never develops, They got a 100-year lease and whatnot. You don't own the land. You can't put any equity in it. You can't build anything on it. So what do? So what's the point of having a damn 199-year lease? It's like, it's stupid, So the bottom line, people, well, when you
pass it down, 99 years, what's that? 2 generations? Can't even pass it down.
Yeah, so they'll say, hey, then all that, you cannot pass it down. So and all that, whatever's on the land that you built resorts back to the original owner, So when that happens, no bank is going to give you a loan. You can't take any loans out against it. You can't get any borrowing equity. You can't build any equity on it, anything like that. So it's a waste, Lease is a waste, Well, let them backward Africans keep doing what they're doing. And they wonder why our nation that we're going to build is going to be rich, All about land speculation, wealth, Let them stay poor, If they want to be poor, let them be poor. But we're going to build a real estate empire, But Jamal, you was arguing with somebody about that DEI shit, What were you saying that somebody on Facebook, you were saying something like DEI was covering just only homosexuals and shit?
Oh, yeah. Well, I was saying white women and a lot of the gays, they kind of benefited from DEI the most.
Oh, yeah, gays, white women, and all these other riffraff, Black African American males never benefited from any of this shit,
No.
Kamala Harris was a DEI hire. That Ketanji Jackson, she's a buffoon. The person they put on Supreme Court, she is absolutely a buffoon.
Oh,
as a DEI hire,
She's a goofy.
She's a buffoon, It's about, I can't tell you what a male or a female is. You're about to get on the Supreme Court. That's Joe Biden for you, And you can't tell me what a male or female is. You're about to be on the damn Supreme Court.
And what was the women on a detail? Trump details, security, Secret Service. They was DEI. The women on his Secret Service detail.
Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. When he got shot.
He got shot. Yeah.
DEI hires. Which we call they had a dyke in Los Angeles as a fire chief. DEI hire.
Oh yeah, it's a mess out there. Their firefighting crew.
They don't have no water. No water to put out fires. Because about some fish is endangered or something like that. This stupid climate shit.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
I'm like, man, so all this shit got to go, man.
I'm surprised Trump, man, on executive orders, man. I'm surprised he did this shit this fast.
He's not playing, man.
Oh yes, no, he ain't playing,
man.
I was surprised,
he
Kyle. I was like, I thought he was gonna wait at least a month, man. He was like, he went in.
No, for a few hours after he was sworn in,
he ain't playing, bro. Yeah, you don't understand this, man. He ain't playing, and I tell you this, it's gonna help. And look, all of this other stuff with no tax on tips. No tax. I mean, that's great. That's going to help a lot of black folks, man.
Yeah,
a lot of black folks, a lot of poor people, just in general. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. I'm like, come on, man, that's what I'm talking about. Let's give that. Our people need that. Imagine if you make $1,000 in tips for the month, and if you got to get taxed, you're only taking $600 home from that. Now you get that extra $400. That $400 is going to do something for people. Even on $1,000 a month on tips, that's going to really impact people. I think that's a great thing, and hopefully they'll do no tax on Social Security. I don't understand why old people who are paying into Social Security all their life have to get their Social Security back and then have to pay tax. That doesn't make any sense to me when they go on to fixed income. So little things like that, those are going to help the African American people. No tax on tips and no tax on overtime. And then if you're a person, now think of it. If you know that you're not going to get taxed on tips, and that's a really, really good idea, because now think of the service that you're going to give someone if you're in the service industry. If you're now a waitress, you're going to be kinder. You're not going to be like, "What's up? What do you want to eat? Hold on, I'm on my damn phone." You ain't going to get no tip when you come to me like that. So now I think people are going to be more encouraged to provide better service and be kinder to people, and then they will get rewarded for it. I mean, come on, you guys know that. You've been in places where somebody was nasty to you or server wasn't good, and you're like, I'm not going to give this person no tip. And then,
Well, I'll give a low tip. So it could have been more if you had a better attitude.
yeah, exactly. And then you've been in places where people have done some good things for you, and you've been cool with it. And
Yep.
so it's like I think it's a smart move. It's going to help people out. I think it's going to make people much better at doing their job. Bro, come on, man. You know what time it is. And for working overtime, I mean, I think companies are going to be able to. I mean, of course, there's a loophole. There's a couple loopholes that have to be, closed out. I mean, you can all of a sudden, corporations. I had one guy was telling me, "Oh man, these corporations are gonna instead of the bonuses, they're gonna call the bonuses a tip and all of that for these rich people. Oh, this is done for rich people. No, this is done for poor folks. Poor folks need these tips, man, because of this inflation. And I think that's going to be a really, really nice offset a really nice offset
Yep.
of
That's
yeah.
it. Now, Liquor Called Mystic had asked me, Carla, what's your opinion of The Jewish State by Theodore Herzl? I read that book. Now, I was inspired, but Theodore Herzl was a modeled the Jewish state after the Freetown and Liberia. He was a contemporary Edward Wilmot Blyden. And his idea of the Jewish state, basically they had the World Jewish Congress. They met and they had a charter for the Jewish state. Even before they even got the land, they had it already organized. What I want to do, I want to have it already organized on paper before they even went looking for land. Some Jews went to Kenya and Uganda for the Jewish state. Some people thought it was South Africa. Then a large number went to Palestine, said this is where the Jewish state ought to be. So where the state was to be wasn't as important as actually realizing that you need a state, And so they actually the the people who settled in the Palestine made the
Seriously
best
thinking
case.
about South Africa? They were seriously thinking about South
Yeah,
Africa?
South Africa. Oh yeah, South Africa. They were thinking about Kenya and Uganda. There were several other places they wanted to build a Jewish state. They just wanted a Jewish state. They didn't care where it was. And so, like I said, when I say an African state or African American state in Afghanistan, okay, Afghanistan, I said, look, it doesn't matter where it's going to be as long as I know it's on the African continent. That's what I care about. Where it actually is going to end up, who knows. But I just realized that you have to have a state. They had the Jewish Congress. Theodore Herzl didn't even live to see the Jewish state, but he put all the things in motion. And that's what his legacy is. He didn't live to see it, but he put the things in place for it to happen. Baruti's always accusing me of downing Africans and players and other people. No, but look, I mean, tell you something, Baruti. As a person, as a historian, as somebody who's a culture critic, my job is to look at people objectively. If I basically said that about Hong Kong, right, because I said I admire something that they did, how come we can't just have an African country that basically do something that I can be honest and I admire? Then when an African country do something I admire, like I brought up Paul Kagame, you guys, Paul Kagame is a dictator, blah 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 blah. What he's doing a good job in this country. You know, he's a nationalist. You know, but the Hong Kong points I'm trying to make is, you know, they don't have you can't own land in Hong Kong, right? Because it's so limited, right? But you still though they have a real estate boom. Why is that? Because there's such a demand for housing, you know, and modern housing. You know, people in Hong Kong were once living in villages in China, peasants and whatnot. And then, brother, hey, you see those old kung fu movies, right?
Of course, absolutely,
Remember
man.
how they will tell a story about a boy coming from the countryside? Now he's going to the big city, Hong Kong, and whatnot. He had to adapt to the
Yes,
Hong
yep.
Kong. My favorite movie was Street Gangs of Hong Kong, The Chinatown Kid. You know, places like that. You know, and you saw that dynamic, that country. My young auntie. There was always that country city dynamic. You know, they had to build
Hmm.
housing because people housing modern apartment buildings brought people overnight into the modern world. And China was and Asia was moving toward the modern world. So either they were living in a rice paddy somewhere, or they lived in a nice apartment with AC and electricity, stove, cooking, two completely different ways of life, you know? And so, like I said, when Africa wants to do something, they have to modernize the housing system, you know? So you modernize the housing system, your country has to be modern, but you can't stay backwards, you know, and expect to modernize. It's not going to work and develop. It's not going to work. Hong Kong had a surge of people from mainland China. Some people were coming, and the communists took over. There were people floating in China on boat with big chest loads of silver and whatnot. You know, I mean, literally chest loads of silver, and they poured it into Hong Kong banks. And they didn't mind the British was ruling the country when that. They knew there was a place where they could, well, it was China, right? But it was controlled by the British. You know, and they didn't care. So they were like, yeah, people were big landowners in China, but they were living in apartments in Hong Kong, you know, high rise apartments in Hong Kong. You know, it was like they enjoyed the modern way of life by living in an apartment. These are the first generation of people who are living in the modern world, you know? So it is what it is. People don't understand that, you know. So I gotta admire that. You know, I gotta admire that tenacity of these people, you know. When people want to modernize, they do it. You know, so but as far as these mass deportations, man, I'm like, you know, I'm
Some people say that the West built Asia. Particularly the United States.
no, that's another myth.
Hold on,
People
gave them all
talk
the
about.
funding, gave them all the funding and the money and stuff.
That's a lie. You know, people don't even understand the Japanese yen, how powerful the Japanese yen was. You know, and
Yeah,
so
but
it was
people
Asians. Japanese had these business conglomerates called the Zaibatsus. They had a central bank in each one of them, and they financed and built Asia. You know, the steel mills, all that was Zaibatsu corporations. You know, Zaibatsus were Mitsubishi, Mitsui, Matsuhita. These were clans of business clans that went back hundreds of years. You know, and they were modern. They became modern businessmen. They had stuff, and the Chinese had the triads. You know, these business groups, and all throughout Asia, they have these business clubs and everything like that, where they pull money together and stuff like that throughout Asia. So this idea that West built Asia is a lie. You know, look at the Bandung Conference in 1955. The Asians got together in Jakarta, Indonesia, and the Bandung Conference said, we're going to take Asia over. And less than 3 decades later, they were right. All the businesses in Asia were controlled by Asians in less than 3 decades. The shipping companies, the manufacturing, everything. Asia was now, by the 1980s, Asia was now on par with competing with the United States in the West. So I don't know what people will be talking about, man. Just that's just laziness for people who don't want to do anything. You know, but the white man didn't build shit in Asia. The Asians did that themselves. You know, well, it is what it is. So, Carla, my last comment did not accuse you of downing Africa. Okay, I guess your guilt is everything. No. Every time you come in, you always ask me these questions. It seems like you think I'm downing Africa because, in other words, basically, I should be Africa's praise singer. I'm a critic. I'm a culture critic, bro. I can't sing Africa's praise 24 hours a day. You know, oh, mighty Africa, everything's perfect, and I can't do that, bro. I look at the reality. You know, If Africa is what you think it is, Burundi, we'd be there right now. Black America would be there. But since Africa is not that, that's why we're here in America.
Man, Africa too big, man. I think we should focus on like 3-4 countries. Load up. Because listen, when we think about Europe, Kyler, we only think about 2-3 countries, 4 countries: Germany, France, the UK, maybe Holland or Belgium. We don't think about all them other countries in Europe. Focus on 2, 3, 4, 5 countries in
Mostly,
Africa.
that's focused on a few cities.
And that too, yes, what I'm saying. But in Africa's case, focus on a few countries and go from there, man. Because you can't build. Africa's way too big, man.
Yeah, continent will never develop in 1,000 years because it's too massive. Yeah, it's too massive. But they got to do something. The Congo has to do something, because they can't have in Nigeria too, man. Because you can't have millions of people leaving the country. Sooner or later, the United States and people say, "Well, y'all failed state. Comes time to take it over." That's what's really going to happen in the future. So that's what's going to happen in the future. So. People it's not a good time to be a failed country, not a good time, to be a failed country, I don't know what's going to happen in Venezuela. Who knows? The United States might take that over and mandate it, put it on a mandate. Who knows?
I saw they shipped a few. They had a plane go to Brazil today. They had immigrants.
Brazilians?
Brazilian, yeah, all the way Brazil.
Really?
Yeah.
I never thought Brazilians would be here when that, because Brazilians got a lot of rich. I didn't know they had illegals. Brazil had illegals here,
Oh yeah.
Where do they live at?
They probably all over, but Brazil went through like an economic, over the last 10 years. Their economy haven't been bumping like that, like over last 10 years.
You see what Trump said to that one lady, Hispanic lady, said, "What about Brazil?" He goes, Trump goes, "What about them?" He goes, "Well, you understand that blah 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 blah." He goes, "Well, I don't care." He goes, "They need us. We don't need them more than we need them." I'm like, damn.
Oh yeah, he treats Brazil like a stepchild. Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's like, well, what the hell I care about that? I'm like, damn, I didn't know he had hostility towards Brazil. I never really,
Yeah.
I didn't know that shit, man. I was like, damn, Trump, Brazil's one of my favorite countries, man. You gotta cut Brazil some slack, man, because like I said, they're not really a poverty case, so I don't know, man. I'm concerned about people like Elvis, man,
So what's up with the Liberian? Are they gonna keep that status that some Liberians have?
What do you mean? It's temporary protection status? Yeah.
They're gonna
For the
keep
most
that.
part, For the most part, I would. If I was Liberians, I wouldn't worry about that.
Because I heard they stopped people over over Dubai. Like some people supposed to entry, they stopping them from entering the country. Yeah.
It was Trump who gave them extended the Liberian thing last time.
Oh, it was Trump. Okay.
It was Trump. Yeah, that wasn't Biden or Obama. That was Trump that did that. And they still never give them credit. It's the truth, though, Elvis. The Trump.
Did Obama extend it to Kala before Trump?
Oh yeah, but Obama did it for like
a year. All right.
Trump extended it for 5 years, bro. Obama only gave
Obama extended it.
Yeah, he extended it for 1 year. Trump
for all the time that he was in office, nobody got deported on TPS.
Yeah, well,
it was an executive order extension every year. Obama was in office.
Obama every year, and then
say that again.
Trump, they had to go to Obama every year.
But he kept renewing it.
Yeah, so the bottom line is Trump gave you 5 years. First time, okay, boom.
Yeah, but there's people who are here on a expired visa.
Let's give them credit,
And most of those people got their green cards that have got their, their situation handled. So it doesn't matter.
So
for a black nationalist, it's almost embarrassing the fact that you're sucking up Donald Trump, this white guy. It's
Yo,
you
I
mean
ain't feeling. Yo,
you're being subservient to the white people, Colin. You want to have your own nation.
Elvis. Like I said at the top of the show, I basically have no dog in this fight. DEI.
It makes you look weak, man.
No, well, should I be? Well, let me ask you a question.
No,
How
I'm
should
not
I
even
be?
talking about this DEI or whatever. Everything with Trump, you're subservient to
No, I'm
him.
not
You want to be a
subscribing.
leader, and you're
Elvis,
showing
let me tell you what it is.
subordination to another man,
Elvis,
Colin.
you know
A
what it
white
is.
man at that rate.
No. You know what it is, bro? I'm the type of person I just like when people say they're gonna do something and they do it.
Nah,
I'm dead serious, right? If
you're
Biden
succumbing
was
to
like,
you're openly succumbing to the white man on your platform. That's
no,
embarrassing, bro.
no, I am. Look, Elvis, I don't care what shot goddamn about Donald Trump. To be honest with you, right? Yeah, I don't care. But I do like the fact that that I'm saying to myself, and tell me what you think, right? I say to myself, where is the black version of Donald Trump? Where's the black nationalist version of Donald Trump that's a billionaire that want to see his Donald Trump is a white American nationalist. There's no where the black Xi Jinping is a Chinese nationalist.
It's not a nationalist, it's a dictator, Colin.
Yeah, no, he's a nationalist, but he cares about the Chinese nation. Brother Bomani, what's going on, brother?
Hey, greetings, Color Genesis,
What's going on, brother
Elvis, and
Bomani?
I don't know the other person.
J Mal and
Jamal.
Greetings, family. Yes, Color. I wasn't even trying to tune in, but I'm up working, and I don't know where this guy Elvis come from, if he's a paid agent or something. But the words that come out of his mouth is unfortunate. Elvis, I got number love for you, especially since you're from Liberia. But brother, I don't feel like my good brother Kala Genesis is worshiping another man. I feel like me and him was talking about this, that we're looking at what white domination, white power is, and that is their move. So then the next thing we started talking about, okay, they made their move, they know what they're doing, they're clear about what their vision in the future for their children, their family, their people is. So now we have to take a point out of that and say, okay, what is our vision? What are we going to be doing and things like that? So that's all the man is doing, is saying that, hey, the man came out and made, and say what he wants to do and what he wants to push for white domination and what he wants to do for his family and his people. And since we are citizens of the United States, whatever greatness or whatever goes on, I guess we'll get access to some of that. But the main thing is like, what is our move? And a lot of times I hear you on here, I figure you be talking with Kala about the things that all of us can work on in your country, Liberia. Because I tell people all the time, I was like, yo, like I meet people from Ghana all the time, and I was like, yo, this is what I do, is no shame to you. I like your country, I like what's going on. I feel like it's a good country for people to make moves in African, from the African diaspora to the African continent. And just because I'm not from the country don't mean I can't push the country, but I do expect people from that specific country to say, hey, yo, let's do this together. Let's make some moves and things like that. And that's one thing I can say about the Ghanaians that I've ran into. Even though some of them want to do things that they may not be able to do, at least they show an energy. So I'm just hoping that you can represent Liberia, because I'm hoping I'm not spending a lot of my time trying to promote the country that you're in, and then I run into a lot of hateful people like yourself there.
When you say hateful, what do you mean, Bomani?
I mean, every time Kala talk about the things that he wants to do in Liberia, and the things, it's a consistent debate versus y'all say, we completely
You think that's what me and Kala get in arguments over?
Oh man, all the time.
No, we get in arguments over the history of the country, not what he wants to do there. Kala stated on this platform. One second, please. He stated on this platform a couple of weeks ago that he doesn't have any investment in the country. That's what Kala said. So it's not even an argument.
He's married into the country and he's gotten 3 visas already. Those things people may look at as simple, but think about all the Americans that's here that refuse to even go to Liberia and refuse to even get a visa or do anything with Liberia. So you gotta, the ones of us that are open, I'm just saying to people, like, work with us. And because right now I don't know what we're gonna do, because we've seen Trump has been kicking ass the last few days and doing the things that he feel like he should do for his nation and what he feel like he needs to do to represent white power. And it's like, yo, I'm just trying to see some people say, hey, let's do some practical stuff in Black power. we have our projects and our movement in Ghana, but yet I'm working with my brother Kala in Liberia, and that's not even my biggest interest. But I appreciate his passion, his dedication, and work. A lot of times you have people like himself; they just don't have the right people to work with, and I'll figure.
So what the Liberians do?
Go ahead.
What the Liberians do to stop you from going on your first tour to Liberia?
No, Liberians have done nothing.
What did they do to stop you from investing in the country?
Me personally, only thing stopping me is a lot of my resources and commitments are tied up in Ghana, but still at the same time.
So we haven't done anything to stop you from doing anything in the country, brother.
Still at the same time, too, I would work with him, even though I don't have a bunch of interest in Liberia, and because that's also part of our ancestor glory, not the ancestors you talk about, but the ancestors that we talk about.
Right, and the same thing with Kala. I haven't said anything or done anything to Kala to stop him from investing. Kala been going to Liberia before even he and I started conversating about the country. So when you say that I'm stopping him from doing certain things, it's just not true.
You're not stopping anyone. I don't think you have ever done or said anything to stop any of us.
Right. So why do you come on the thing attacking me that I'm a hater? I'm stopping Kala from doing anything.
No, you're not stopping him. What you're doing is not giving the man proper support, because you obviously come on here and it's like if you're coming on here to disagreeing with him all the time and not working with him to do anything in your country, that is a big question.
Bomani, stop, just stop right there. When Kala comes here and call my people primitive and try to down my people, you expect me to be to kowtow to the bullshit that he be saying? What's wrong with you, man?
Elvis,
this dude talk shit against my people all the time. He try to bait me, and you expect me to agree with him.
One thing I gotta ask you is that true? I mean, I've heard you said a few things, but I think you got number love for Liberia because
this is what I was saying, right? Look, most of my people that I deal with in Liberia are native Liberians, right? And stuff like that. What I'm talking about is when people the narrative of Liberia is this, right? There are people that basically came from the America and the West and everything, tried to set up a modern black republic. That's the key. Modern black republic, by which that it automatically enfranchises people who are black, native, everything like that. When black people from the West, right? We only see people as black. We could build like America. America is a white country. You got Germans, Irish, they're all white. We thought that we can build a country based with black people, that we could put our differences aside, be one people and whatnot, eventually, right? It's like America did. America wasn't always like that, right? But eventually, because they're the same race. What I'm saying is that if people cannot friggin' see past their own tribe, their own immediate gratification and everything like that, what do you call those people?
Kala, you don't try to whitewash anything.
I think you call them primitive.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't try to whitewash anything.
That means you're prying.
Like I said, every time I come on this platform, if you're man enough to allow me to come on, and I'm on the platform with you, if you're pushing peace and you're pushing, collaboration, I'm there for it. If you're pushing hatred and trying to degrade my people, I'm there for the conflict.
Elvis, it's not hatred.
So anytime you talk crazy, I'm going to talk crazy back to you. So maybe that's what Bomani is hearing, and he's saying I'm hating.
I mentioned something about that.
Everybody on the planet in the chat knows. Kala, when he's ready. We went over there trying to do this. These people, you always talking shit about the native people. So that's where me and Kala gets in a conflict. It's not if Kala says he's building a school, I'm not going to argue with him. Kala says he's hiring 15 people, I'm not going to argue with him over that.
Hold on, Elvis. The only native people I have a problem with are the people who sit in America, they talk and stuff, and I say, look, Elvis, right? You basically said yourself, right? You guys felt like you were marginalized and whatever you legitimate thing like this. I said the other day, if I would known what I know now, right? If I had to go back in history in 1945, when Liberians basically was going to modernize, said we're going to build this new utopia for black people, and native, whatever like that. We're going to create counties for the native people. They have counties, eventually their own representation, but that takes time. It's not going to happen overnight, right? So therefore, I would have said, something in 1945, I would have said when Tubman and Barclay came to the United States, I would have said, look, our people need to come back to the United States. If they wouldn't have had a crystal ball, what's going to happen in the future, and then you guys would have been left to try to build a country, which you couldn't have done. what they did in that 30-year span of time from 1944 to 1974 was nothing but a miracle and miraculous, right? Of
Okay,
course,
Kyle.
the people
Okay.
that built the country, that had the mind and built the country, yeah, they came from one group, right? Now your part of the country, right? Part of the country have to add to that, right? That means there's nothing stopping you from today from going back to Grand Gita, even if you don't go back there, building roads, building hospitals, stuff like that, and basically adding to the country. I have nothing like that. So
Kyle, you think Liberia look better now than it did in the 1970s?
no.
Okay, that's where you're an idiot.
What I'm saying, no,
Because
what I'm
of
saying,
course there's way more development
hold on,
in
what
the
I'm saying,
country now than it was in
I
1970s.
look at the documentation back in the 70s, man, it was lovely. I mean, it looked completely different. It looked like it went back in time when I went there, and a year ago when we were there.
yeah.
I mean,
and so
Yeah,
instead of
that's
saying
not true. There are way more independent development. People building homes, people building businesses, more roads, connectivities, more technology, more things in the country now than the 1970s. And all of those things was
George Weah
added
did
by
make George
through
Weah did
native
make some
governments.
moves and did some aggressive road development. Got to get that to him. And
yeah, he did.
Yeah, I mean, there's things happening. So when Carlos said there's nothing happening, we're building First of all, there was a war. There was a war that destroyed a lot of the infrastructure of the country. So we had to rebuild those infrastructure and then add to it.
I guess what
So-
people look at is y'all taking forever because Rwanda did it magically in a short period of time. But I guess Liberia is not Rwanda, and Liberia doesn't have the same organized leadership as Rwanda. I think that's the big difference maker. But
No, the difference is Rwanda have had the same president for over 20 plus years. We change presidents every 6 years.
Well, you don't have to change. You don't have to change president every 6 years because
Yeah, but that's just how our country is. We're a democratic country. We vote.
Like example,
we change president.
Donald Trump is about to run for another term once he finishes this term. So if you have the right government in place, they'll let you do what you need to do. Rwanda realized that they have a great leader in place, and then they don't have another.
Is there Rwanda that realized that, or did the president change the constitution so he can have a limited term?
Well, you got to get somebody. You got to find somebody in the country that can, that can literally do better than him. And if you can't, then you might as well be stuck with a dictator. I mean, dictatorship work. Example, dictatorship work in Morocco. You have a king and his family that run the country for not generations.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that.
Several generations or longer. And you know what they do? They do one thing because they're smart people and they realize that if you don't take care of the people are going to overthrow you. It's that simple.
Yeah, Morocco is a monarchy. I mean, what are you saying? Look, for those of us, the thing that gets me sometimes when Carla does,
it's a government.
Let me say this, Bomani.
People who are in charge have to provide leadership. So I think that's the big difference in Liberia. You have a bunch of different. It's kind of like the Nigerian leadership. Every few years, you have some new character that is propped up as government. And then by the time you go to the person's life and records, the person's a criminal, the person's a scam artist. And so that person can lead the country. So maybe some of these great representation that's been in the Black America from Liberia for 20, 30 years, maybe there'll be a better outfit to be leadership. But the country can grow with leadership. But it's like you just hear a lot of excuses on why this is not going on, why that's not going on. And they should have the best relationship with America. A relationship that it can go either way, but it's like it's a relationship, so it's up to the government of the country to work that relationship out. Like example, last time George Weah was in, and there was like really no Liberia-Jamaica connection, and that should have been something good to happen that could have changed the dynamics of things. Open things up and say, hey, all our folks from Jamaica come in. You have access to come into the country and connect, and vice versa. That's kind of like the relationship that Jamaica and even Ghana has. So that's another thing too. When you have bad leadership don't do diplomacy. They don't go outreach and connect. And look what the Ghanaian government have done over the years. Not saying that they're great or anything, but what they have done is they'll get on their jet planes and they end up all over the Caribbean islands and all over America. And they market themselves and they build relationships. And that was the thing that the whole time me and Carla was talking about Liberia and working on Liberia.
Whose fault is that, Bomani? You saying these things? That's my fault.
No, that's not your fault. That's
okay. Then, so don't do that.
Country continues, and why you think that the country looked better than it looked in the 1970s.
It's just literally a fact. It's a fact.
I don't know what you're looking
The
at.
the community that I live in Liberia and Congo Town was all, when I was in there, it was all like grass. A lot of lands were undeveloped. Now that whole area has been developed.
Yeah, I
You
was in the
know,
Congo Town.
places like the EAW, all those things are developing.
Check this out, Sophia, people, the one part of Sophia Beach right there, it's nothing but a trash heap. And if Chinese come there at night, because there's a factory right there, to friggin' have little kids out there mining sand.
Yeah, but all that place in the 1970s was undeveloped and just bush. So what are you talking about?
So Kala, what I want you to do, if you can help us out next time we show up in Liberia, I know we're going to be in Syncor the last few days, and you have a few places to show us. Just point out the places that we need to go so I can see.
We're gonna go to Congo Town.
That
Yeah,
Elvis
we're gonna meet
Ned. We're trying to find things that we can market to people. So when we do these videos, the videos worked out great last year, but it's like some of the things that Kala talked to me about, I didn't see those locations. So I mean, even yourself can let us know where to go, because ultimately, I mean, to be honest, we may have our nice agreements and disagreement, but we some of us got to work together to create a connection in a lot of these countries in West Africa, so we can have a connection from if nothing else, West Africa to the African diaspora. And that's and that's even when in our disagreements, that's what I'm always hoping that.
You guys in the United States, you're like the white, the white savior light. And that's why I was telling Carla, right? Carla was bragging the other day about he went to a school. He had a little video, and he was telling, look, we will. I think he said he gives like some books and some little things, to the kids at the school. And he was trying to, he was trying to tell me.
That's very nice, man.
No, 1 second. He was challenging me. What are you doing, Elvis? I'm doing something. What are you doing? And he doesn't even understand that my family owns a school, and we donate and we help to run that school. This is not a charity thing that we're going to come online and tell you what we're doing back home in our country. Last year, I sent $30,000 to my country for various things. I have 2 people that I employ in that country. I have family members that depend on me for their children's school fees. We do this on a regular basis. We're African. We know the struggle and we know the responsibilities that we have when we come to this country. So when you guys try to challenge us, what are you doing? No, we're not taking tours back home. We're not going there to do vlogs and show you how Liberia looks. We're taking our hard-earned money and sending it back to our people. We have schools, we build homes. So we do things in our countries that we don't come out here and broadcast, because for us it's normal. It's basic thing that not just me, but many people like me do more or even do the same thing that I'm doing. So when you try to challenge me about what you guys are doing with this tour and with this little thing that you do, it's not a big deal to us, because a lot of us do it in our personal capacities.
No, it shouldn't be a challenge, brother. It should be it should be, because our tactic is a diplomatic. And I even told Kala about how I went to Ghana for the first time and how I just built what we built there, along with other people that created the energy to where you have that momentum going there. So we were talking about things that we can do to get more Black people in the African diaspora interested in going to Liberia just to visit, check it out, and then eventually more people to live and do business. And is it the end all be all? Not at all. It's what it is a contribution to an energy in Africa. If we simply just said, we're just not going to care about Africa and just stay here, then all of us would have to actually not say anything, because then now we're sitting here and hanging out and we're not even trying to make a move. But all the countries require for you to come there and spend some kind of money in the country, from the markets to the hotels and so on. Those are things that drive economies. Tourism drive economy. I'm from a country that tourism is one of the biggest tourist market in the entire world, Jamaica. And copy some of the things that they even do in Jamaica. I don't do tourism in Jamaica because you have so many dynamic people who are great at doing that. But doing tourism in Africa was a great opportunity, because it get us familiar with the continent. It get us open, and the next, we have our next generation will be more open. But it's like, if we come and we don't build connections, we don't set anything up, then they're not going to see what we're talking. Because some people can understand the vision, but some people literally have to physically see it. And that's even why we do videos, a lot of videos, and like I told Carla, just upload videos.
So, Bomani, do you have investments in Liberia?
No, I don't know Liberia like that. I do have investments in Ghana, and I'm not looking to invest in another African country
Now,
beyond
Elvis,
tourism. But
me.
I'm interested in working with different people in different countries in Africa to do business, but I'm not taking the lead on anything called investments or anything.
Exactly. So you're just looking for business opportunities. You want to go in there and make money.
Well, the thing of
and
it
that's
is,
good. But don't try to browbeat us.
No, I'm
for not trying to help you to make more money. That's not.
You don't get it.
I'm investing in Africa. I named the country that I'm investing in. I got that we have a land community that we're developing outside of this even tourism. So what I'm saying to you is, people like myself are not going to stretch myself thin. I have a commitment to get our people, for us to build a community together. And I got, it's a lot of work, and you can't just make a bunch of commitments. So what I told Kala is I can still write the program for him and lead the people and get things set up, and he can run the business conference. And it's a momentum that takes you to places. But it's like, most of us are not going to have any interest in doing anything in Africa unless someone opens it up. So people like myself has been the person that have opened a lot of things up, to whoever want to come and get them connected. And from there on, I've had a lot of people live in Ghana, and I'm a part of that energy that's changed certain things. So the things that you guys do are incredible, because one of the things is African brothers and sisters, they come here, they're focused, they're not really distracted by what's going on in Black America, which I don't blame them, because unless you can deal with it, I tell people, just go get the money you need to get and take care of your family. Don't jeopardize certain things, or don't confuse yourself with certain things, because it's a commitment. Once you make this commitment to Pan-Africanism, it's a commitment that you don't relinquish. You keep it until the day you die. And that's serious for us. So part of building Pan-Africanism is exploring different parts of Africa, and that's what I've done for 20 years, and open it up. And then so you're trying to meet people like yourself and other people who are passionate about their country and going back and doing things in their country and want to see the country transform. And we as a people, people have to keep on remembering that we as a people are descendants of people that didn't asked to be taken away from their homeland, never gave up their citizenship. So the fact that a small percentage of us are open to Africa, we would hope that we'll get better reception, and we're hoping that the energy of our strategy of what we're doing.
I mean, Bomani, who's rejecting you, brother? Who's rejecting? We're not rejecting you. You can't expect me to support Carla when he consistently disrespect my people. That's the point. A man who comes with argument and insults to my people, I'm not going to support him.
Elvis, let me say this, right? Now I have Mr. Rosenthal. He wants to come on his tour with us next year, right? And basically, I'm trying to change his mind about Liberia, because in 2012, I invited him to Liberia. Even before I invited him to Liberia, right? And he went there with the business partners and everything. We're going to do a major investment in Liberia. You asked about investment, right? He was going to do a major investment in the rubber industry and stuff like that in Liberia, right? He basically, by the Amara Kamna, whatever the former prime minister of finance was disrespected, all stuff like this. Robert Sirleaf ran out on him in Ghana, all stuff like this. And basically, he would just a couple of times he went to Liberia after that, right? He just said, look, man, he just gave up on Liberia because the people there, they always, they don't, it says, basically, I can't risk people's money and everything by people who aren't serious. Now, you asked me about investment, right? Part of the thing about investment is this. You have to talk about a return. When I'm an investor, bro, I don't just invest just to invest. I got to have a return. That means I made something out of it. My brother.
But also, Colin, let's add this in real quick. Also, as an investor, if you're taking the lead on an investment project, they're going to hold you accountable if the money goes wrong.
Exactly.
I've been a victim of that.
Right. So, Carla, when you guys say these things, you say like it's the diaspora that's stopping you from investing. You do your own feasibility studies, and you decide if it's feasible to invest and get a return on your investment.
No one is saying that anyone is stopping us from doing anything. I don't know.
But why the way you came here attacking me, Bomani? That's what I'm saying. You came here attacking me.
I don't know where you get these words that.
No, that's what I'm saying. You came in attacking me, talking about college, trying to do this and do that. I'm not supporting him. I'm hating on him. So I'm like, what are you saying?
You insult the man and tell the man that he's worshiping another man because he was talking about Donald Trump, and that's a conversation that should be having. You're talking about a Pan-African platform. He's explaining what white dominance and white everything look like. and he's
No,
using
that's not
that
what he's
to
doing.
capitalize and
He's happy
explain
for
to us.
Trump. He's
I am
I
not.
I mean, I
mean,
don't know if you've been listening.
trust me,
Kyle is a Trump
trust me.
supporter. He's
The matter of
advocated
fact,
for MAGA.
I talk to
He
Bomani
supports
every
Trump.
day. I talk to Bomani
I
every
mean, if
day.
anything, I would say about Trump, he's my favorite white devil. I mean, but
Yeah.
as far as the word love and everything like that, no. I mean, we live in this country, so I want to see.
Kyle openly says that he supports Trump. He likes what Trump is
I never
doing. He's
said I
happy.
I
support Trump.
mean,
What are you
I mean,
talking
You
about?
said you support Trump,
doing,
Kyle. During the election, you said you support Trump. On
I
Donna's
said I
platform, you
support him
said you
over
support Trump.
Look. I said I support him over Kamala because I know if she got
Yeah, you
in
said
there,
you support him.
yeah.
So
So
don't deny it now.
yes.
I
I
mean, the
said yeah.
man
I
say that
support
Okay,
he
him.
then.
likes
So then
women.
why are you saying when did I
Like
say I support him? You just admitted that you said it.
Like, look,
So what's
it's
wrong
like
with the
this.
man saying that he
No, I'm
supports?
just saying what he says. So you shouldn't
Yeah, but
deny
you
it.
try to make it seem like I'm a MAGA person. I'm not MAGA, bro. You know.
I mean, I don't think he's supporting him. I mean, what he's saying is that he's watching his moves, just like what Pan Africanists should be doing. You should be watching watching how these people have construct and build onto an empire that they have killed for and done the world's worst atrocities for, and they don't feel like they should give that up. They feel like they should keep on being dominant. You look in the audience of every single heads that was in there. This the representation of domination, the people who own all the biggest corporations in the entire world, the people who controls government, control all the lives of all of the things that impact our lives. And you're just trying to you're looking at what they're doing so we can understand that, hey, we need to work together with our own people in Africa to build something for ourselves. There's only so many chances that we're going to get, and this may be our last chance. And be thankful to Trump that you got another chance, because what the last of the people did, that didn't enable us to do anything really. Our movement was limited because the economy was crazy.
Bomani, do you have investment back home in Jamaica? Are you active in your homeland?
No, what I have is, I explained to you where I have investments at, where I choose to have investment, because when you're talking about Pan-Africanism,
Trump
the first thing that let me know if you want to play it or you want me to just finish explaining this to Elvis.
Okay, let me.
When you consider yourself, let me just explain this to him real quick. When you are a person that's lived and worked in the world of Pan-Africanism, it's not all about your specific country. I have an American passport and I have a Jamaican passport. Yet I'm there in West Africa, where I feel like it's the best location for us as stolen Africans that was taken away from our homeland that we didn't agree to leave. And we're trying to make the moves that we need to make. And that's what's important. It's important for us, no matter where you are as a Black person, to get on the band of Pan-Africanism. And when you're building towns and communities in Africa, those towns and communities represent all of the Black world. It doesn't represent the villages and communities of just where it's just tribalism. So you're talking about trying to create a diverse energy in African continent. And last I remember, the president of these countries, especially Ghana, have reached out to us in African diaspora, specifically in the Caribbean community and in America, for us to come and be a part of the future. I'm still waiting for Liberia to do that in a certain way.
Yeah, Liberia has done it. They did it with the Barbados because they had a strong connection with them. We had a interchangeable visit. The Barbados prime minister came to Liberia. She brought a delegation. A lot of Liberians went there and traced their heritage back to Barbados and did like a
That's beautiful
pilgrimage
right
there.
there. That's what's up.
Yeah, we've done that.
Liberia. They trace their DNA to Liberia. That is what's up. Because I'm always wondering who got Liberian DNA. I never met one person before.
Not even that, but we had presidents, and a lot of people came from Barbados that settled in Liberia. So some of the presidents, some of the well-known families, the prominent families in the country are Barbadians.
This is Bomani. This is President Museveni of Uganda, basically praising Trump because it's the end of the LGBTQ madness in Africa. Look at this.
Absolutely. And also, what you have to understand is, like, when some of these people are in power and things like that, like last I remember, Trump wasn't even harassing Africa. So it's like this give us like, between what's going on here in America and Africa, this give us a chance and time to connect and do the things that we need to do. They're focusing on legal immigrants and things. It's like, how many chances are we going to get to really just like work together to build that bridge and make it work to where no one can destroy it, to where now you have a connection of the African continent, African diaspora. Some people may call us dreamers, but it's like, I'm not getting up every day to be to live in a country where I get to watch what everybody everyone else enjoy what nation building is, enjoy what the empire that they build. Yes, some of us can enjoy a good quality of life. That's fine. But at the end of the day, you're enjoying a good quality of life under the same people who literally have oppressed and dominated you from day one when the first set of us came here.
Exactly.
So it's like,
what percentage of your time do you spend in Ghana, Bomani?
I'll spend up to 6 weeks. But once I leave from Ghana, I have another country to go to, another country, because I have lots of people who want me to take them around Africa and introduce them to the countries. And some of those people are going to be future investors, are going to be future people that will work with us on doing different things. But it's like, there will never be those people unless we market to them and get them to see the world that we're talking about.
And my dream is to have Liberia be the main focus point of Black America, especially Atlanta and stuff like that, with a connection to Liberia one night. That would be.
Yeah, I mean, Carla, you say that,
and Carla, that's going to happen because I just wrote
you say that, but you have certain views about Liberia.
No, I don't.
And the dominant population in the country. No, you do. Don't try to back it up now. You have a certain views about the native people who are the majority in the country.
No, I don't. I love that.
And you want to bring other African Americans to poison their mind about the natives.
I love the native people, man. I love them.
No, you don't. We hear you on this platform every night.
Please, I love
bashing the natives.
I love the natives. Okay,
yeah, Carla, I don't know why you keep on we can all see it.
Mr. Trump on his election.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Well, I congratulate Mr. Trump on his election. Elections in the U.S. or in any other country are a matter.
There Carla go again. Doing the same thing, sucking up Donald Trump. That's why Obama did the same thing. That was power then, right? Biden did the same thing. That was power too. So what are you talking about, Carla?
He's not going to be pushing out homo stuff in Africa. That's very important. I mean, you may be one of them, so I mean, you may have it. They don't care.
Or which party?
When you go to ad hominems, that's fine. But after the video, we'll have a talk.
So therefore, I congratulate
Mr.
Trump
on the night.
in his election.
Hey, Carla, can you start it back over and then remove this comment at the bottom so you can see what's going on?
Okay, all right, let me remove
as we have worked
we can hear him from the
all
beginning.
the other American presidents before.
Elvis is just interrupting.
And I like Mr. Trump so much. Trump is a wonderful man.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Well, I congratulate Mr. Trump on his election. Elections in the U.S. or in any other country are a matter of the people of that country. The relations between the states continue regardless of who the leader of the country is or which party is leading the country at that time. So therefore, I congratulate Mr. Trump on his election, and I'm looking forward to working with him as we have worked with all the other American presidents before.
And I like Mr. Trump so much. Trump is a wonderful man.
We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
we reject that, and we have said so. Even I was in the US recently, and I was discussing with the one young lady who was assistant secretary of something of Africa, I think, and she was raising all this. I said, but madam, our view of homosexuality is a deviation from normal. There is the normal, and then there is a deviation. You cannot promote a deviation. And you say, deviation, oh yeah, long live. No. Certainly you cannot promote. So promotion is for sure wrong. Because what are you promoting? This is not the normal. So if there was a deviation from normal, don't promote it. Don't come to recruit, because they come to recruit our young children here to be used by them so it's a sort of prostitution, actually. It's a type of prostitution. So
Carla, post the link.
that
Jonathan wants to come up.
promotion to tell us you should do this. No. I told them, don't do this again. I don't want to hear again, you must do this, you must do that. If you don't do that, there will be a cost. What cost? What cost? We want friendship, but on the basis of equality, not on any. But then after we deal with that arrogance, ourselves, we must answer the question of what is homosexuality, scientifically speaking. Is somebody born like that? Now, if somebody is born like that, it is a deviation from normal, but it is like other deviations, like when somebody is born without an arm, without. So then what do you do? Or is it caused by psychological factors?
Yep.
So what causes this deviation? Is it inborn, or is it circumstantial? And if you answer that, then you can get how to handle it.
Yeah.
But the other aspects must be out completely. The promotion, the attempt to say that what is a deviation is normal, is because the Western countries are behaving as if there are two ways of life. Two ways of life. You can either be this or this. This is impossible. It can't be, because life would not exist then if. So I have told my Western friends, please don't play with fire. Stop this. Yeah. Don't play with fire. African people will not tolerate this.
You heard him. He just said basically we don't care. That's why he likes Donald Trump. Donald Trump is not going to be pushing this agenda in Africa. Matter of fact,
I wanted to ask Bomani. If there's gay people in Jamaica. Are there gay people in Jamaica?
There's gay people on every single part of this planet.
Oh, okay.
That's my answer to you.
That don't mean we have to celebrate them.
So what does that mean? So what does that mean? I live here. I live here in Georgia. It's a lot of them here. So you may be going up.
No, but there's this idea that the West is promoting it. You know, there are gay people everywhere. People who don't even follow American politics, people who don't even speak English and know what's going on. There are gay people in those places. So
yes, it's fine. I mean, if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. I mean, I don't think people are coming against them, but it's like it's like, even with the two sex defined, that is perfect. And now for people who want to do whatever they want to do, that's their prerogative. You know what I mean? But it's like people can't be changing laws to accept your foolishness. They're talking about an X on the passport. Last I remember, because everyone that travels with me, it's a simple thing. They have to send you. I mean, I already know their agenda already from talking to them already. But it's like you have to be a female or a male. I can't like literally book a ticket for you with anything else. They need to know when they see you that you are who you are. And then like all of these things that people all of these things matter. And the fact that now you have a government that won't push this foolishness that these people have been lobbying to them to do, it gives us a few more years. And that's why I'm keep on telling people we have the best chance that we ever had to build this African diaspora and African connection. And people like yourself need to literally start respecting Kala leadership and get behind him. Honestly, I'm not even joking about that.
No, I think you're joking. You're actually joking when you make that.
Why would I be joking? I mean,
what the hell you mean? People like yourself? What do you mean? Who are you to tell me what to do, Bomani?
I mean, you and other Liberians that are.
No, Kala is nobody in Liberia. Kala is he's a non-entity in Liberia.
If he's somebody,
he's unimportant. The people that I know, the people that I'm close with, I have connections with, these are actual movers and shakers. These are people who have history in the country. These are prominent members of society in our country. So don't tell me that you follow Kala. Kala is nobody. He's not. He doesn't even do anything in the country. He's a non-entity, like I said. Don't tell me to follow Kala's leadership. What's wrong with you?
All right, so you missed the entire ball by insulting.
No. When you make a statement like that, everything else you say after that is void.
What I'm saying to you is that you have literally just you're mistaking what we're talking about and insulting the man for no reason, but just
insulting him how?
Because the leadership that I'm talking about is being able to get Black African people from the African diaspora to be interested in Liberia. You may be sending $1 million home to your family, but that's one thing.
Bomani, let me be honest with you. We don't need people from the African. We don't need African Americans to save Liberia. Let me tell you that now. Get that into your head.
Listen, it's not.
We don't need no other group of people to save our country. We're doing it ourselves.
Because you say a lot of things.
So don't come in with this savior mentality that we need people to come in and save the country. We don't need nobody.
I think that's the problem.
First of all, you put these. Kyle, let me get him. First of all, you put these words in people's mouth. Savior. No one is talking about savior.
No, that's what you're alluding to. That's what you're alluding to.
Listen here. The only thing I've ever talked about is a connection, and that connection is important because right now you're not gonna have much time to where after a while they're just gonna take Africa and take everything, and we're gonna have nothing because you have nothing to. We have not. All when they're looking at the graph or the map, all they see is a bunch of divided Negroes that's full of tribalism that they can easily run the same trick with the same game.
Who leadership did you follow to go to Ghana?
My leadership was based on research of my African ancestry, which you do.
So you're saying that Jamaicans trace their lineage back to Ghana?
A lot of them do, not all of them. Some to Sierra Leone, some to Nigeria.
I was telling Kyle that the other day that a lot of Jamaicans trace their lineage back. He said it wasn't true.
I mean, you can't just prop up an old island of people and think that ships didn't come from other places. I mean, you had all of the worst white devils across the world shipping people from all kind of places, and then people mix.
So you're in Ghana because you feel like you have a connection to the country, right?
No, I don't feel that's why.
You trace your lineage back to Ghana.
I mean, Elvis, if you want to ask me direct questions, I can give you 100% direct answers because I'm an intelligent person that have nothing but experience on doing what I'm talking about, connecting Black people to the African continent for two.
Bomani, I hear all of that. I'm asking a specific question. You said that you did your lineage and you trace it back to Ghana, right?
No, I didn't know. I didn't say Ghana. It's I'm not here to disclose the different regions, different parts of West Africa. But Ghana was one of the countries, and that was not the specific reason. I came from where we did study groups because when you're a person in African diaspora, and then you go through all the stuff that you go through, you start wondering about your history and your roots and where you came from because you have a set of people that want to tell you about your history. So you realize that you have to learn your own history. So we did a lot of studying and research. And then so we started talking about going to Africa, me and my group. And then next, we started going to different countries. And Ghana was the number 6 country, the 6th country that I went to. First went to Senegal, then Senegal, Egypt, then South Africa, Kenya,
Gambia.
Gambia, and then Ghana. Eventually, that was like 2 years later. And out of all the countries I looked at, I was looking for a program to build to get people to travel to Africa and for our groups to start going. And
Do you
checking
think
it out.
Tyler can bring more investment into Liberia than the diaspora Liberians are already doing in that country?
And to answer your question directly, 1,000,000% yes. And that's what people like myself. And the reason why I'm saying
That's why I say you guys have a safe mentality. Of course you can.
But the reason why I'm
Of course
saying
you
that,
can.
the reason why I'm
Elvis,
saying
you gotta
that,
let my mind
the reason
talk,
why I'm
bro.
saying that is because I have a network of people here. Because like the people that I'm traveling with is not a bunch of poor righteous teachers. They're people that are fine and okay with spending $4,000 or $5,000 to travel. And that's why I get hundreds of people. That's why I've gotten people over the period of time. I wouldn't be in business if the business wasn't working. So the people are open. It's just when they get to Africa, they see limited amount of things. So you start building programs. And so my point to you is we have access to a lot of people. I live in this state right here alone.
Having the people there is one thing. You can't convince smart people who are business people to just invest in a country if they don't do their own research and see that as a feasible investment. They're going to get a return on investment. So you taking that person there and you telling them to invest, it's not going to make them invest. If they're smart enough, they're going to do their own research and decide if it's the right investment.
We have an investment, right? Call it tour investment. So what we're doing is bringing people to be a part of that presentation, and in that connection of people, that's how I got all the people to invest in the community I have in Ghana. That's how I got the majority of them. It's a simple math that works, and that's what we can do as the African diaspora. Just like you can do what you do, but together it works. But when you're
how? That's what I want to know. I'm telling you. Look, let me tell you something. Let me say something. Right?
I mean, don't ask me a question and then bring something else up. The way it
works. I'm going to give you a chance to speak. But let me speak.
The way it works is your village or your community that you live in, a factory could be built there that will transform the lives of people. That's simple. And it could be funded and invested by members of the people that we travel with, our travel group. So the potential is incredible based on what we can bring. You know what I mean? Because have you
brought somebody to build a factory in Ghana?
Brother, what I keep on telling you, I have my active investments and I have active people there doing many things. I'm not here to disclose a bunch of things just to make you feel better about yourself. I'm specifically
you're talking things that this is my country. I know my country more than you do, Bomani. So when you come on the platform, don't start saying things that you don't fully understand.
You know your country, but how many what I'm saying to you is the African diaspora can bring investment into a specific country. This is why people love Ghana, because they're not going to talk. You're not going to have any Ghanaians talking like you. They're going to say we appreciate it, and that can work with what we're trying to do.
No, people don't invest in Ghana because the citizens of Ghana talk good about the country. They go there to do feasible research, and they think and they see that the country is actually ripe for investment. People go into Liberia and the infrastructure is not there. The electricity is not stable. They make a decision based on the tangible facts on the ground, not because citizens pick up the country. Nobody make investment because the citizens are positive about their country. That's not how it works, Bomani.
This is why I can't talk with you, because you're literally just an imbecile. Like, you draw points that nobody says. You make words up that nobody says. Like, and you end up trying to get me to discuss a point that I don't disagree with.
That's filibustering. He's filibustering.
You know, so that makes you a very unintelligent person, and that's why I don't like to talk to fools. And then let me just reiterate what I explained so he can really literally understand it. The African Diaspora and Tourism Group and Business and Investment Group creates an incredible potential of what they can already do to what they can do further by bringing in different level of people who can do a lot of different investment in the country, from real estate development.
Like Dion went over there. Remember, he went there with the city corporation. That's the people who have building materials, city builders, and stuff like that. He was mopping up.
All of those create networking and diplomatic connections to where now you have a people, and I'm one of the people that's always talking about supporting and building Black-owned business. And I'm one of the people that literally have just pushed that from the test of time and still push it even harder. And this is the ideal way for us to do that. So when you're, I'm talking to someone and we're supposed to be having an intelligent conversation about building and connecting in Africa, and you're basically coming on here speaking for your people, which your people don't agree with you. And none of us ever said us want to come there and be any savior. We talk about connections. And the people in the country, when you talk to the majority of people in the country, because I go to many different countries, people want you to come there and they want you to come there and enjoy tourism. They want you to come there eventually invest, do business, live. They want you to come there and be a part of what they're trying to grow, because they can only do so much. Like people like Elvis, yes, you send money home to your family and you and your few Liberian friends get around and you do nice things in Liberia, but the country grows on investment. It grows from groups of private investors coming in and and doing what they need to do. And it's like, why would you not want that in your country? And why would you not want people who are going to build those things? And it's like, you and I have just started really what we were working on over the years. Mm-hmm. It's not like you and I have been working on this for 20 years, but I'm also shared with you what we've been able to work on in country like Ghana, us and many other groups of people. I wouldn't be like Umar Johnson, say it was all me and things like that, because absolutely not.
But I heard something. One of my listeners, let me get Jonathan Miller on. One of my listeners said that Umar's talking about Liberia, and I think he said he referenced you and me.
Yeah, I mean, if that's so, that's good. I mean that but it's like, people have to also just support energy. It's like, we want to see him not just to be like trashing us. Like there's like, yo, you can be a great leader and then just like, show nothing but love to people who actually out there doing the work, because obviously you can talk good, but you're not going to be able to do what we can do because we're active people who can get things done. So that's what I'm trying to have a conversation with Elvis about. That this dude is wild, man. He is literally wild. We need that connection in Africa. There's no African that outside of him can come on in and say that you do not need Black people to invest in your country, that you just only want a bunch of white people and Lebanese and whoever.
I wonder how they feel. I wonder how they feel about that. Remember I told you that Wayne's friend, a white boy, talking about he owns land. But my boy,
that's not what I said. I said we're not depending on Black Americans to come and save our country. We're not. It's not going to work.
You shouldn't, because we're not coming here to do that. We're coming here to invest.
Exactly. So what is your point that you're making now?
We're trying to agree with me.
No, you're the one that talked about savior. I didn't say nothing about savior. I'm reiterating what we talked about.
My whole thing is, let me say this. My whole thing is, nobody talk about savior or whatnot. That's your inferiority complex,
Carla, you don't have no investment in Liberia, so you're not saving anything.
Hold up. First of all,
you're not saving anything. First of all, so stop it.
He doesn't have an inferiority complex, right?
Always think that
we sent many people, and I do my homework before I talk about anybody's money, or not. That's why nobody can say, Carla, I invested in this, and Carla, it went wrong, and whatnot. Like I said earlier tonight, my guy Mike Akins, did you ever meet him? He's back in Chicago, after he went to Tanzania, whatever like that, found out what. That's why I'm saying that's not going to happen to me. I'm going to blow a fortune with my zeal. When I basically make my move in Africa, it's going to be something real. And I told Bomani, like, it's going to happen. Bomani knows it. I'm going to do this. But the bottom line is, it's going to be done right. I'll say, okay, damn, it takes me 100 years. When I go make a move, it's going to be right. That's the way I do business. I'm a businessman. I have not seen anything feasible that I can invest in Liberia with and everything. Now I do help.
That's the point I was making. Feasibility is important.
I really want to know. I helped my wife with her little business in Liberia. I call that investment, not much, but I helped her with her business, and she was making a lot of money, even on our tour last time.
A lot of men help their wives in Liberia to do business, Carla.
You said I don't have no investment. I invested in my wife. She's selling gold. Okay. So everything.
You got investment, Carla. You invested in your wife's business. That's investment. Carla,
that's an investment, right? But also, I help a lot of my guys down there. My guy Ross and all these people, I bought him a drone for his photography business and whatnot.
Carla, you told us you had no investment in the country. I'm only repeating what you said.
I'm getting a return. That's my real investment is when I can say I invested this. A year later, this is what I got. I have not seen that part of investment. Have I given money? I donated money. You could say I've donated a lot of money in Liberia, but I've never invested. No, because it's not the infrastructure is not there for me to recoup my money. So when it
Elvis,
does
Elvis,
happen,
let's say
it can
thank you.
happen. It's gonna
Let's
be
say
done
thank
right.
you. That's all you need to say, Elvis, is thank you. That we're showing love to your country and we're doing a lot of wonderful things. I mean, it's not a debate or it's not a contest. And I mean, let's be
What are you
thankful.
doing? What are you doing, Bomani?
We have a beautiful tour coming up that we're gonna connect a lot of different Black people from the African diaspora and expose them to.
When you say a lot of different, what is it? 20 people?
Yes, 20 people. All you need,
Okay.
brother, is
All
all you
right.
need is one. Just like I talked about, Kala.
That's
all
what I said.
need
You
is
have a
one.
savior mentality, brother. We
One
go back
one
in
can
our
make a
thousands
difference.
every year, and we invest money in the country. We
But
pay
check it
for,
out,
we pay for plane
Elvis.
ticket. We pay for restaurant.
Elvis,
We do that.
How
Here's a
about build
difference,
some
though.
industries in the country? How about build some industries in the country? Because that's what the investors can do. They can help build the industries because the industries are not there. You know that too. So no matter
Yeah,
what
that's what I told you. I know my country more than you
Okay,
do.
let me ask
That's
you a
why we're
question.
not getting investments, not because we're not big enough Liberia. That's the difference.
What I'm saying
Check
to
us
you
out.
is you and all your friends can put all your money together, but you guys are not going to do the serious part of it. The serious part of it is building industries. Industries are the most important things that you need to build because that's how you create economic opportunities for your people. So don't be against that. You are being foolish by being against people.
No. You're not talking about building industries. You're talking about we should be happy that you're taking 20 people to Liberia because you're doing something good for us.
Yeah,
And I
but why
disagree with that.
you minimal that?
What I'm saying to you is everything is a stage. So if none of us ever go to Liberia, there's no potential for us to do anything. So the fact that we're going again and we're bringing more people
And not only that,
and we're doing better presentation as far as business and investment and connecting more people to work together, people are going to benefit from those things. You should be thankful and you should be appreciative because
Bomani,
people like
that's
myself,
nice.
people like
But
myself,
collectively
people
in the
like myself,
diaspora, Liberians are investing millions
I
in
don't
the
have to work
country.
in my project.
No, they're not.
But listen,
Yes, they are. Collectively, we are.
he's a
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Elvis, you're a
Okay,
liar.
Kyle.
Elvis, you're a liar. Because what serious industries have you and your buddies put your money together to do?
No,
Nothing.
did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I
You
said?
said y'all get together and y'all spend a lot of
No,
money in the country.
that's
but you
not what
never
I said.
expand
That's not
serious
what I said.
industries.
That's not what I said. I said collectively, Liberians in the diaspora have been investing millions in their country. In the hospitality section.
Can you hear me loud and clear?
When you see hotels and hospitality business, most of them are owned by Liberians.
No, they're not. Stop
Yes, they
lying.
are. Most of them are. Yes, they are.
Who's Labasa owned by in Grand Bassa? Exactly.
Who's the boss owned by? Tell me.
So a white girl named Lisa.
French lady.
Lisa. Nice lady.
She's a nice French lady because she hired a whole bunch of brothers and sisters.
So, a lot of Bassa people.
So that's what I'm saying.
I mean, you guys say things that you don't fully understand. You say things that you don't even fully understand. Do you know the ownership laws in Liberia? Do you know the ownership laws in Liberia when it comes to business?
Yeah, right.
I mean, why you keep on
No,
changing?
just tell me if you know because you don't know.
Yo, that ownership laws.
My point to you is foreign investors
it's a
create
fucking
economic
joke.
opportunities and industries to where people can get some kind of economic flow. Because if it's up to the local people, you wouldn't have industries. Like example, I give you a perfect country like Ghana. You have a lot of rich people, very successful people. But do you think they're the ones that's investing in most of the industries? No, it's the reality of it. That's what foreign investors are for. And then now when you have Black foreign investors from the African diaspora, that is a great thing.
But money, we have Bob Johnson. I was just about to mention Bob Johnson, right? Bob Johnson went there and invested and built a hotel, a resort, if you want to call it that. And after, I think less than 10 years, he sold it.
That's the number one resort of Liberian
But
politicians.
also, what did that do for Liberia? That opened up a lot of people.
They put Liberia on the map.
You have to think of the bigger picture.
I mean, but money, just listen to what I'm saying, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. Bob Johnson opened up the hotel. We all were excited, right? It's a billionaire, well-known guy, African-American guy, was on CNN talking about this potential investment in the country. After 10 years, he realized, one second, Carla. After 10 years, he realized it wasn't profitable enough. He sold it to a Ghanaian conglomerate that owns that resort right now. So like I keep saying, it's about feasibility. Now, if you tell us that we need to help, our government needs to help improve certain things like the rule of law, respecting contracts, things that investors look at that we're lacking, those things that we agree on. Investment is not based on people big up and like they say, oh, our country's so great, go invest. The people will go there, they will go and visit, but when they look at the infrastructure of the country, when they look at the laws, when they look at what the U.S. Investment whatever it's saying, they're going to realize it's not a good place to invest, and they're going to come back. So the point that I'm making to you is our problems is not that we as diaspora Liberians are not big up in our country. That's why we're not getting investment. It's on the ground, the rule of law, the way the government is structured, how people, investment are going to be protected. Those are our biggest problems. Security, lack of electricity. Those are things that we need to work on as a country that's going to drive more investment, not just big up in people who's taking tours to Liberia. Those are two different things. That's the point that I make. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah,
hear
but
you loud and clear.
my whole thing is Elvis, right?
You made no point. So I mean, we
And
can
I,
leave
and I,
that
and
discussion.
I,
Okay, but Monty, I agree with you. I made no point. Fine.
and I
So
fully,
Jonathan probably want to say. Jonathan has tangible investments in Africa, and he knows that. Respectfully to Jonathan, he knows he's not saving Nigeria. He's there to make money. It's a business opportunity. I'm sure he's making some money, so
okay,
he's
that's
there.
the
You have
whole
a
thing.
very
And that's what I'm
small,
looking for.
simple-minded,
Opportunity to
and
make
you don't
money.
understand the potential of tourism, equal investment, and the game changer that those things are. Because you literally don't have the heart and don't have the energy to invite people. If you're so who you are, where's all the people that you have access to in America that you can invite to Liberia and they can assist you in doing the things that you need to do? Because obviously you and the country need help, and that's there's nothing
No,
shameful.
the country
All of
needs
our
help from within.
country
The
where I'm
country
from,
needs help from within.
we all
Foreigners are
need
not
help.
going to make us to have a better rule of law. Foreigners are not going to give us better electricity. Foreigners are not going to respect the contracts that business people sign.
Well, first
Our
of all,
government have to do
with
that.
your negative energy and attitude, those
I mean,
things.
that's what I keep saying. You think
Those
you
things
think life is a fairy
those
tale?
things-
I'm
those
giving you the reality of the
no, no,
issues on the ground. I'm not
that's
painting it
your
in rose-colored glasses for you.
your
This is
small
our reality,
feeble-minded.
bro. I know my country. You don't.
That's your small feeble-minded reality. The
No,
reality
it's our actual tangible reality.
because you have
I
a
do this
limitation.
on a regular basis.
You have a limitation. This thing with this ignorant, stupid Negro. You have a limitation on how you feel that things can go. We don't have a limitation. When we're talking about the future of Africa and us being a part of the future, we're not talking about limiting ourselves on you know what I mean? So you can send your millions of dollars and all you want to send. If you don't build any industries, nothing is going to change. If you didn't take control of the economy,
This is another thing I was talking about, right? When I was in Liberia, right before you came, got on that tour, I was talking to several Liberians. I said, "Why is it's time for Liberia to have its own?" And that's why I said I don't take people who talk about investing in Liberia seriously. How come they haven't built that corporate system and built their own securities and exchange?
Yeah, because all they're doing, brother, and that's the only thing I agree with them on, because that's the only sense they've made. What they do, because all of us do that. We do the same thing to Jamaica. We do the same thing, all in West Africa. That's all you're doing. Like, even if you're helping people start business and do certain things, they're not building industries. They're literally just, still being a part of the bottom feeding of society. You know what I mean? So we can attract real serious investors that say, "Hey, I want to build a power plant." So now that you guys have your power,
Exactly.
Elvis and his crew now could come in and do the things that they want to do, because they are going to make excuses about what can be done in the country and say, "Oh, this is not here." Like, you hear me talk about a country like Ghana. I was like, I can't move there because I don't have this, don't have that. But what I always say is my solution: starting the energy of building a town to where you can eventually have your own infrastructure.
But another thing is this, right? People don't understand this, right? This is how infrastructure is built. You basically have a country, right, a state, whatever, like that has this corporate system, bonds, like that. They float bonds, right? They say they want to build a power plant, a road construction quarry, and stuff like that. It's going to cost like $20 million, right? When the initial investment is $20 million, right? When the stuff matures and gets online, now the investment is now worth like 50 million, right? People could sell their bond, or they could trade it, or they could just live off the interest of it, the dividends, interest off it. But that's how capitalism is. And the thing is, though, Black people in America sit on pension funds and boards, even like Chicago, Philadelphia, everything. How do you think Las Vegas got built? Las Vegas got built by them tapping into pension fund loans to build those hotels, casinos, and infrastructure in Las Vegas. Pension fund.
Exactly. And that's my.
We sit on those boards all across America. Ghana's trying to tap into that. Black people.
exact point. You need the potential of investment. So when we talk about
Real
tourism,
investments,
we talk about
hundreds of
tourism, we
millions,
talk about
billions of
investment.
dollars.
Tourism attracts investors. And I
I would
mean,
love to see some of those investors, pension fund managers, and employee pension fund managers going on a tour with us. Right, this we could build a road here, a highway here, build a toll road right here. The potential of Black America,
honestly, brother,
and
those are the
Africa is
potentials
unlimited.
that can happen, but you won't have that potential if you know what I mean, if we don't do this mission. And that's my only thing.
We're doing this part right here because it's
I mean, I don't want him to feel down about all the money he sent to his family and the schools that they
That's
help.
laudable. That's laudable.
That is not what we're here to debate. We're not talking down about that. We're just saying we talk about us doing what we can do, and that would help us all together. I mean, I don't understand why he twists his words and things
I know,
like
he
that.
thinks basically
But
what he
I'm
thinks
not
is
here to deal with all of that. I mean, but at the same time, too, is like you coming on here and we're telling you our game plan. I don't see other people saying their game plan and what they're doing. We're telling you tourism leads to investments, and that leads to a whole lot of industries and a whole lot of things going on. And what they can do is do all of the nice, neat things by keeping the country clean, keeping things organized, keeping tourism site professional. That way, when you bring people to the country, they can be impressed by certain things. That's why I said I had to rewrite that itinerary so we make sure that we get people to see certain things. That way, they could be more open. You know, we understand poverty and struggle is everywhere.
Can sell that itinerary to potential people who want to operate their own tour. You might have some Chinese, right, that say, you know, something. I think Liberia might be a good investment. So basically, I would like to do a tour of Liberia, right? They can come and buy our tour guide and just duplicate what we did and start their own tours into Liberia just by following out our blueprint. You know,
it's a general tour that will work for everyone. I mean, it gives you a taste of everything in the country.
So why would somebody like Elvis be against
different places? You can add different places in, but that's like the core of like the main places for like a 10-day schedule.
And I'm basically dismissing.
I don't know if Elvis seen our schedule if he took a look at it, but I think a lot of times, you know, some folks are just hateful. It's like, yo, you know, it's like, I understand you can't do this kind of business because number one, you don't know anybody and you don't have a network and you don't have the technological and the administrative ingenuity to put it together, because people may overlook, oh, you're just doing this. Well, how about you try to go do any of the little things that we do? You'll see how difficult it is. But it's like, just because things are difficult don't mean that we're gonna we're just gonna run from it. We know the aspects of investments and nation building, all those things are very difficult. But at the same time, too, it's kind of like, it's just like your education system. You just work your way up from the first grade to the 12th grade and work your way to university and so on. You know what I mean? It's, you have to build that energy. And once you build it, you keep on building onto that momentum and things grow. And that's why I shared with you how I got here in Ghana. I'm not saying that we're greatly successful, but it's a good energy to where, we have gotten to where we have successful tour operation and we have a community that we're looking to just take to another level from the foundation of it to another level as far as the development. And so, you can't just say that you're just going to come to a country and invest like that. You don't know nothing about the country and you don't have, you have to feel the energy. And that's why it took a while to go around to different countries to feel what is the right country. How does this feel and compared to the other ones?
Right, Jonathan. Let me get Jonathan out here.
Elvis permanently? Did he kick him off permanently?
No.
Did he have to learn to behave himself?
Yeah, he said, I want to hear Jonathan first. Jonathan, go ahead.
Between y'all.
What's on your mind?
Oh, yes, I was enjoying the back and forth between y'all. I do agree, though, that, I don't know if anybody else has ever did tours to Liberia. I haven't heard of it before.
No, we're the first. We're the first and only.
Well, then you should get it. You do deserve credit for that. And I do think in terms of, most times when people say the diaspora as Black Americans or Jamaicans, we're talking about the people that are descendants of enslaved people. We're not talking about people that just moved out the country. In terms of going back to the continent, we have more capital, we have the most money, and we can actually dramatically change the way that the continent is, or at least specifically Liberia, because we just have the money that they make a year, as far as the country bringing in, we spend that on Jordan. So, that's just 1 year with no Jordans, we make the money that they can have that money. So I do agree that in terms of maybe Kala or Bamani, you guys are probably the best fit to actually try to increase investment into the country. Now,
All I want to
the
do
only
is
thing I
show
have a
peace,
problem with is that this
Liberia.
idea of saviorism. What's
I'm
wrong
not
with
a savior. I'm
saviorism?
not a savior. I'll tell you that in a minute. Look,
No, I
I'm
mean,
saying like
what's
this.
wrong with it?
Well, my whole thing is it smacks of like like condescension. I don't want to be condescending. When I'm in Liberia, I am very, very careful how I talk, how I come across, and the tone. Is very, very careful how I speak to people and stuff like that. I don't act like I know all the answers. I do a lot of listening. To Liberia. I listen to what they have to say and stuff like that. I let them volunteer. I'm gonna put up some of my videos. Mine show me what to do. My interview with Steve Tolbert, he just passed away recently. My interview with him and everything like that. And basically, all the people I've interviewed when I was there, I got a lot of videos. So I interviewed Liberians over the years and what they had to say and stuff like that. What's their feelings about Black America and stuff like that. It's very, for the most part, it's very positive, very, very positive. And I don't come across as a savior and everything like that. I just say, look, I'm your brother, that's all. I was a brother. I'm your brother from overseas in America, and that's the way they treat me. Like I'm just their brother from America, and they tell me welcome home, like I said, the first time in my life where I really felt like a place where I felt like I was accepted. I've been in America all my life, lived in the best communities in America, grew up in a middle class community, had everything I wanted in America, car for my birthday when I was a kid, whatever like that. But I never felt more happy when I basically went to Liberia. First week I landed in Liberia 4 years ago. I was the happiest I've ever been in my life, But this idea that I've looked down on digital, look, I'm looking at down on behavior. Also, I'm very critical of the so-called American librarians. I've said that, I said we shouldn't have, our ancestors, our people, American librarians shouldn't have took the natives minerals off their land, and gave them very little and whatnot. Well, even though you said for a greater country, I think the native people should have had partnerships in those corporations and stuff like that. That's what I said. So I don't know what Elvis is coming at. Like I'm just some mean tyrant, whatever like that. I see that argument. I see that side of the story. I have a heart. I have a heart, and I really genuinely care about Black people, Africa, and particularly Liberia. So I'm not gonna tolerate people coming here trying to, say some stuff that maybe I may go too far or something like that, and out of anger and frustration. But yesterday I was going off on Black Americans. I was going on people like, damn, Kala, they called me a tether yesterday. You say I know you, Kala, you're from the islands. I know it. Where you come at Black America? I gave it to Black America last night. That make me anti-Black American? No, I just tell it like it is. But Monty knows me.
Yeah, you
I
be hating
tell it
on
like
black.
it is.
You be hating on Black America when you talk about them very bad, man. It also on FBA people, especially.
Yeah, look, man. But the bottom line, I gotta tell the truth, man. I tell it like it is, man.
That's being real, man. You gotta talk about your own people, man. That's the reality of it.
Sometimes, if I was only picking on Liberians, Native Liberians, you can have an argument on this, right? But your argument don't hold water because I talk about everybody.
Yeah, Elvis, you gotta, Elvis, you gotta join the Kala Nation, brother, man. Join the energy, man. We're gonna do some good stuff together in Africa, man, brother.
I mean, it's just a shame that you guys are losing the argument. You put me in the back. It's
no,
pitiful.
argument. You talk over people. Mine trying to talk.
It's pitiful, bro.
You keep trying to filibuster. You can't do that.
Nah, it's not filibustering. It's when I'm making good points.
No,
you guys want to run away from it.
Yeah, you pivot. You can't pivot.
No, I'm not pivoting. I'm telling Bomani, my main point here, Kala, is
you can't put words in his mouth.
One second. I'm telling him. We have government. I have interviews and interactions with government officials that work in the government. I had on many shows people who worked in government, people who are working in government. They are telling us one of the reasons we're not attracting foreign direct investment in the country is because of our lack of one. They list, they enumerate certain things like lack of, stable electricity, lack of the respect for rule of law, lack of the, lack of contracts, agreement being respected by the courts. Those things, when investors see a serious money investor, the kind of investments that Bomani is talking about,
like me,
you, Kala, sure, these people are not going to come there when these things are not in place, and this is the government's doing. I can't go there and put my foot down and tell people, I fix the rule of law issue in our country, come in and invest. No, it's not how it works. So when I come in, I'm trying to explain to you what's going on in the country that's not
But
attracting
Elvis,
investment.
here's the
This is
thing.
what I'm saying. It's not
All right,
about me being negative
give me
or
like 3 minutes.
criticizing you.
Let me give you.
That's not what's stopping investment from going in.
Elvis, can you give me 3 minutes?
Go
Where
ahead,
that come?
Colin.
Liberia was like the most and it's from 1945 to like the 1980 was probably the most organized. They said Liberia's government was like the most efficient on the continent. Rule of law, everything was there, right? And
By
then
default.
hold up, and then in 1980 coup happened, right? You know what the problem in Liberia is? I see is that people feel if they have any sort of grievance, right? They feel like they could basically protest. They don't understand democracy. Democracy in a fragile country don't mean that if you something don't go your way, you have the right to go out there and cause an insurrection and stuff like that and disrespect officials. I've seen that guy Yepa say he's going to cut Booker up with his machete. You saw the video. Don't tell me you didn't see that shit. He said he's going to feel my cutlass. When you have that level of disrespect of the law, and that only came when the natives overthrew the government. There was that respect that people had, the native and Congo people, about government, it just evaporated. And the fact that every time you keep defending that coup, that tells them that they're disrespecting the government rule. And now they can't even respect each other because the natives run the country, and that same mentality is there. That's what I talk about. You know,
That's not even true. You don't know the country.
Bomani, here's the truth, man. You got to see these people right now in Monrovia. They something didn't go right. They set fire to the Capitol. You know that, Bomani?
Wow, that's unfortunate, man. We got to do better as a people, man. You know what I mean? We have to respect leadership and respect government. And that's what I'm trying to get Elvis to understand. That Elvis,
you guys you don't even know what's going on in the country right now. We're not talking about the people. We're talking about the government not respecting the rule of law. What are you talking about?
No, people don't respect the government. It's a mutual thing.
Now, what I'm saying to you is that example, I have an issue with our government. So trying to burn down their capital is not exactly the solution. So you have to be a little more diplomatic, and so.
Yeah, so that's all I'm telling Elvis, right? I said when you keep defending that coup, it was necessary, blah blah blah, whatnot. You just basically telling the next generation.
Liberia had investment by default.
I mean,
most of the other African countries were under colonized.
Well,
so people could do business freely because we were independent.
Necessary is a terrible word when you end up in this. When this is end up being the end result. When I saw the end result, that necessary could have been something else. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. We have to learn to be a little more diplomatic, and that's the issue. Everything is not war, and that's why
you just said something, right? And you said it, I think maybe for the first or maybe the second time. It's the first time I can remember hearing it. And I've said it, and I made a point where you never acknowledge it. I guess you're trying to acknowledge it tonight. When you are taking resources from the land, and we see the same issue in Nigeria. People from the Delta region, they got all the oil, but they're one of the least developed people. So that's the point that I'm making. You say to me all the time, why don't I go back and build my county or my village?
Yeah, Elvis.
And I'm telling you,
I give you that, but two wrongs don't make a right. You understand?
I give you that. I don't agree with the violence that happened.
Don't make a right. The bottom line is this: okay, you guys were being exploited. Whatever, you felt like you was because you weren't getting your.
No. Don't twist it, Carla. Say the truth, and we can have an agreement. I don't agree with the violence. I don't agree with what happened. I don't feel like my people were ready to rule the country for sure. I told you that. I was more in favor of gradual, integration, letting them have more political power, letting them have political parties and institutions. The government still was reluctant to do that.
Everybody on here have heard you say many times the coup was necessary.
Of course.
Not. And with Liberia, listen, just for you guys, man.
The way the country is now, do you feel that way still?
If that coup of 1980, right, had not happened, Liberia would probably be a first world country right now. I'm just dead serious. You look at 30 years, Bomani, from 19.
Not true, Carla. You gotta put everything into perspective.
1944, right?
That's what I'm saying.
1944, 1974. Look out when that Wealth of Liberia video came out. That was 1972.
Carla, that was really propaganda. First of all,
how was it propaganda? It was there.
It was propaganda.
It was not.
First of all, 80% of the country's population was living in poverty, Carla. 80%.
They
But
talk about the wealth of the
Africa was
country.
in poverty.
They talk about the wealth of the
So
country.
yeah, so when you talk about that, like it was a prosperous nation, a lot of people were not benefiting from that.
Elvis, right? I would say about 70% of Black America was in poverty at the time. So what makes you so special?
So I'm telling you, when you see a video and they show, like I'm saying, this is an actual thing that happened, right?
I showed you what the country
Give me
was.
30 seconds, Kyler. Give me 30 seconds. This is an actual historical thing that happened. You know, and this is what Bomani is saying. I'll tell you this. There's our foreign minister at the time, I think it was Cecil Dennis. He went to Kenya, right? He went to Nairobi. And he made a big, spectacle about how Liberia is so developed, and Liberia is so, up top. So a lady, I think she was some kind of official from Kenya. She went to visit Liberia, and she came from the airport. At the airport, she was wondering when are they going to get to Monrovia? Where's the other development? So she drove from that airport, which is like an hour drive, or maybe I don't know, maybe a couple hours. I'm not sure how far it is, but she didn't see any kind of development until she hit the center of Monrovia.
All that stuff like that. Yeah,
so she was wondering, how can people be saying that this country is so developed, showing these videos, when the vast majority of the country is undeveloped, and you're coming from the airport, you're driving through trees for hours and hours until you get to the city.
Let me rebut.
So when people see that video, they think the country is developed, but it's just a small sliver of the coast that's developed.
Let me debunk that right now. If you go to Botswana, right? And like you said, and somebody dropped you off in northern Botswana, you had to travel to Gaborone, right? You will see nothing but emptiness and no development, right? Until you get to the city of Monrovia. You go to Australia, right? Outside Sydney, Australia, to the north like that, all you're gonna see is emptiness, no development, no nothing like this. You go to any
you've been to those countries?
Hold on. You go to Nevada, right? Outside of Reno, Carson City, and Las Vegas, there's nothing but freaking desert. So what's your point? Yeah, Monrovia was developed right there, and the rest of the continent, that's how countries usually do. Then
say that. Say, don't skip over that. Monrovia was developed in the rest of the country.
I know that, but hold up.
And where do you think 90% of the country lives outside of Monrovia?
Hold up. So in other words, basically, because Kinshasa was developed, the rest of the Congo was jungle. When they have a right to overthrow the government, right?
I mean, when you say this, I'm telling you about the propaganda video that you're trying to. No, listen. You're talking about that propaganda video that Liberia was prosperous, and I'm telling you, it was just a small sliver that was doing well. The 90% of the country was undeveloped and not prosperous.
Look, I can show you a video of Uganda and Kinshasa, and Zaire of the 70s.
It's like that with most African countries. Ask Jonathan. He's been to a lot of African countries. You leave the airport, and once you leave the city center, it's undeveloped.
What about Freetown? Freetown was developed, right, for the most part, and the rest of the country was nothing.
It's like that with most African countries. So when you brag about this, it's nothing new. A lot of countries will develop their capital city, and the rest of the country is undeveloped. So what are you bragging about?
That's how most third world countries develop it are. It starts in one city, and then they gradually, over the time period.
Yeah, so then say Liberia wasn't developed.
Yeah, I know what said it was.
Okay, then there you go.
The bottom was so therefore. Now destroy the country. Now the country can't develop. No one can enjoy it.
Like I told you, there's more development going on now than there was in 1970.
Well, only.
And we're going to bring a lot of tourism to see that development, right?
But they have nothing to do with that nonsense that happened in the coup.
More development. People are building homes. People are building hotels and businesses. We're doing a lot more things now. The country Monrovia
are amazing,
and we're going to support the Liberian.
Monrovia is more congested than before. Places like Marshall are starting to develop.
Everybody moved to Monrovia. If everybody was staying,
Elvis, I appreciate that energy because when we bring people there, they're gonna love it and they're gonna want to do more and be a part of the future of the country, man. So let's do this, man.
No, I'm telling you to take people there. I don't have a problem with your choice, but I'm telling you what smart-minded people, right? You know this, Bomani. Nobody's gonna tell you, Bomani, come and visit my country and invest. You're gonna say, okay, brother, I'm gonna come see it. Once you go there, you're going to do your research. You're probably going to get on your computer. You're going to look at certain things, make sure that the government respects contracts, make sure that your investment is going to be secure, make sure that you have, if you have anything that has to do with electricity, make sure they got current, consistent electricity. All of those things you're going to do due diligence.
I don't agree much this guy say, but the upriver settlements of American Liberians were just as undeveloped as the rest of Liberia. It was just Monrovia. So a lot of people that you said all the Americans had all the the development. No, you go to places like Clay Ashland and whatnot, it's still underdeveloped, you know?
And that's the point, Carla. You're talking about that. The money that was taken from Firestone, the taxes that Firestone was paying to the country, right? Places like Yikipa, where you had
It
the
wasn't a whole
landfill,
lot, man. It wasn't a
gold
whole lot.
mines, all of those
Yeah, Liberia was
concession
taking a lot of
agreements.
money, but the bottom line
Those
is you got to
people are not
test
seeing the
ourselves,
benefits
right?
of it.
If people don't have the necessary skills and education, you got all the money you want, it's still not going to develop. That's why Liberia invested in education. It sent a lot of people overseas, right? Instead of going overseas learning how to build something, they came back politicized, trying to overthrow the government. That's the problem.
Not true. You keep saying that, man. You
know?
don't understand
Oh,
it.
you
Those people, the progressive was not advocating for overthrowing the government. They were advocating for more political inclusion. The military overthrew the government. They didn't go abroad to go to school.
The idea of development and stuff like that. And they were basically ready to match Tolbert's rally time with their own program and stuff like that. They didn't do that. They just wanted power.
They wasn't even asking for the presidency, Colin. The progressive didn't even ask for the presidency.
Okay.
They wanted to become mayors. They wanted to test the political strength of the two parties, and they denied them having a political party.
Yeah, but
the military went in and did that violent coup. It wasn't the progressives.
So
I align more with the progressives in gradual integration and gradual.
What it is the tire. At one time, the black race in America, Africa, and that supported the coup because they thought the narrative of some people. Now, as more and more people get educated, right, they basically saying that was a big mistake. That's the consensus in Africa right now. That's why people are walking away from that coup. Before it was celebrated, in Africa, West Africa, and everything like that. Now people are seeing now that was a big mistake, particularly a country like Liberia that didn't have colonial roots. That was a real.
So, Tyler, the country, like I tell you right now, right? Whatever you think, right? So the country is not developing as well as say Rwanda, because even Rwanda is only maybe Kigali and a few
Rwanda
suburbs.
has no natural resources. You know that.
No, listen. Let me finish my statement, Kyla. I'm saying that people like to use. I think it was Bomani that used it as an example. I'm sure he's probably been to Rwanda. Jonathan, I think, has been there too. Once you leave this, places like Kigali and you go outside, it's really undeveloped.
Yeah.
So if somebody do a propaganda video of Kigali, you will believe that the whole country is developed, but it's just a certain area that's developed.
You just made my point. That's the same thing with Monrovia.
So why big up Rwanda when the entire country is not developed? So what do you think that caused? That caused people from the villages to flock to Kigali because that's where the development, that's where the opportunities are. That's why people came from the hinterlands and went to Monrovia.
He's building record numbers of housing for the poor throughout Rwanda and whatnot. He's meeting that challenge, And so the bottom line, so people don't have to freaking flood into Kigali.
So now that you have the natives in there running things, yeah, they're incremental development that's happening in the country. There are roads being built, like I think.
But the whole thing is, what is not going to happen is like you got opposition, But the bottom line, when the opposition comes and they're like, "Oh, we want to do this," but what are you going to do better? And the people end up voting for Paul Kagame, like Burkina Faso.
Paul Kagame is a dictator. I'm saying that the people are voting for him.
Check this out. Traore basically wanted to step down, and the people basically almost rioted, saying, "No, we don't want you to step down." And he said, "Well, I'm forced to keep my seat because the people don't want me to step down. Things are going so good; they paid all their debts and everything."
If you're in favor of a benevolent dictator, that's fine. Some people are.
So yeah, I just think, be honest with you, I hate to say this, man, but that's what Africa needs. I don't believe in democracy as far as African.
That's a conflict for war. That's a recipe.
Well, I don't know. No, I don't think so. I just think basically Africa and democracy, as long as basically, I don't even believe in democracy for Black America. To tell you the truth, I don't believe in it. I don't believe Black people, because we have not built anything in the world where we have a natural state. Like Bomani, he has a community over there in Ghana. He has a trade, a business, whatnot. He has an interest, a stake that he wants to protect. You could, somebody like him could be like, when people don't got shit to lose and they're running.
I have investment in my country. Like I said, you guys talk this thing and you don't even understand.
Well, but you don't act like you got an investment in there.
What am I supposed to do? Come in and write it on my face and tell everybody that I got this and I got that?
No, what you can do, Elvis, is give us a presentation. How about you give us a presentation? We're all ears.
Give you a presentation of what?
What you got going on?
Your investment, ninja.
I already told you my investment that I have in my country.
We want to see him, man. Come on, let's be the judge of that, bro. Come on, Elvis.
You explain something, but we know what a presentation is, right?
And again, I guess you would probably say
presentation is something that Kala could do. You could do a screen sharing and show us.
Yeah.
That is a presentation, not talking or
right. But
I mean,
again, when I say investment, right? One second. When I say investment, right, it's not like I have a business that I'm running there. I have homes that is up for rent. I guess you can say but it's not really investment. One of my homes that my family members, my extended family live in. It's not really an investment.
that is very
We
cute.
have a
How about you show
school that we
How about
built
you-
in my grandmother's on. It's not really an investment. They're really for young, girls who are
That's
kind of,
very nice and
in danger.
reputable, honorable.
Well, a lot of people do those things, right?
Do you have a website?
But
Do you have a website you can show us the things that you do, or your Instagram page with the
did,
photos
did
that you
you
take
did
with
you
all the
did you hear
children?
what I said? Did you hear what I said, Bomani?
I heard what you said. Now I'm trying to get you to share the
Yeah,
information.
I'm
Kala,
telling you.
you can open up screen share form, Kala, so you can show you the
I just
Instagram
told you
page.
I'm not running a business in Liberia. I
It
have a few
doesn't matter. I
homes
mean,
that bring in rent.
they got people that
It's not a
don't.
business that I'm advertising.
Everybody's on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, or something. I mean, you got to show us something. You can't just tell us these things because you could be lying. You could be a keyboard warrior that's sitting in his mama's basement and play around all day and don't have a job, and we don't know
Okay,
that. I mean, you got to show
maybe,
us something. I
yeah,
mean, let's
maybe
be
that's
real.
true. But like I'm saying to you, I know a lot of Liberians. That's how we are. You might see a guy working in a factory, a guy who's doing Uber, who have multiple homes and have some assets back home, but they're not gonna paint it on their faces and tell you what they're doing. They may not be doing business like having a hotel or anything else like that, but they've
That great
invested in it.
African. Let me tell you something. Great
That sounds
African.
good. That
And
sounds
then,
very
oh,
good.
this is no offense to you, Elvis, right? But Great African basically, he basically gave me. I can't. Bomani, I can't wait to upload these videos. You're gonna love them. Of his guys met
Kala,
me
you're
at
never gonna upload those videos. We've been talking about it for
took me
years.
to his factory and his farm, palm oil farm, his nursery, right? He's growing all kinds of stuff. His nursery he showed me his operation. He said, "Man, someone like him definitely needs capital to expand because
Yeah,
they got this
those are
machine."
real business people, Carla. I'm not saying I'm a businessman. That's not what I'm telling you. I'm telling you, we have most Liberians do this. When we come to this country, if you spend 15 to 20 years, your first goal is to build your first home there, right? Like for me, if I have a family who had land and other things that was already like a head start, those are pluses that I can take and start doing it. So a lot of people, what they do is to build a home. That's an investment. If they have multiple homes, they put some up for rent. They get a yearly, rent. That's a little bit of a return on investment. It's not like a big business that you're advertising to other people who might be patrons of your
But
business.
we don't want
So
you
I'm
to
not a
get
business
talk
person in
down
that
on
regard, but I
tourism.
build,
Because
homes in my
if
country,
Liberia,
build a
if
school.
Liberia tourism, basically, if you got like tens of thousands, even Liberia could attract 1 million people a year, just 1 million. That's just one. That's doable too. Like the next 5 years, be able to bring 1 million people to the country. When Liberia's economy, that would basically boom its whole economy. Because the money inflows into the country, and some of those people will do investments. So when Liberia will be on its way. If you could
I
basically
get you. I agree with what you're saying, right? But the key, like I keep saying, and we've talked about this. Even the U.S. State Department has, if they do a investment or a safety report on all of these countries.
Right, and I don't
And
think I don't really go by that because Bomani and I did a tour last year and we had a good time. Liberia is
what
considered still
one of the things that we
a
And
war torn country.
one of
So
the things that we struggle with, Carlo, right now as we speak, right? I have family like brother I talk to on a regular basis. In a dry season, like we're in a dry season right now, stable electricity is hard to come by. So if you have a factory that depends on, that needs electricity to run, machines and other
check this out.
things
We
like
had
that.
a guy in the BAO, Mr. Elder Overton, right? He's still with us. Anyway, he was linking up with. See, I wish he could have went on this business conference. And I want to make sure all the stuff I want to bring home. We had this Canadian guy, a company, right, that wanted to build and prototype micro hydro dams, right? And so we were basically, I had Ross map out all the places that got streams and small rivers and stuff like that. So we're going to basically build these micro hydro dams all over the country and whatnot, all over the country. And Liberia would never be out of electricity, even in the dry season, whatever like that. Because micro hydro dam only needs a small amount of water to turn the turbines,
Great solution. That's what I'm talking about, Kala.
So therefore, my whole thing is, once I get set up in Liberia, my goal now is to get my office set up in Liberia. And I got my guy Ross, talked to him today. to basically run it. We're going to be bringing these people to Liberia, right?
So, Kyle, how much you think it costs to build a dam? The
It
mini
don't
hydro
take that
dam?
much, you know. Oh, let me play. Let me. Just you asked Elvis, right? You guys don't
I'm
like
just
when I take
asking. I'm
notes.
asking a question. It's
No,
not
hold on.
a.
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you. I got plenty of videos. I've been doing my homework, Elvis, over the years. You know, I've been doing my homework over the years, Elvis. I've mapped all this out. Everything.
I get it. I have a series of questions quickly
Okay, I'm gonna
because you
ask
got to
you.
look at the cost. You got to look at the.
The cost is
You
not that
know,
much, man. You know,
I'm saying you got to look at the cost and you have to
not that much. It's
look at the
not that much.
know-how.
We can build thousands
Who
of these
knows?
things.
Who knows how to build?
All we need basically is to get set up in Liberia when people basically.
That's what I'm saying. Is it something that regular people can just build, Masons can build, or is it a technical
Well,
thing that
hold
people
up.
who have the knowledge
Hydro
have to
dam.
come and build?
It's not that hard. It's not that hard. You know, look, I'm gonna give you one, right? Look, I think I'm gonna play this video. Micro hydro plant. You know, okay. Here's one. Here's one. Right?
Share your screen. We're not seeing it.
Where's there? Go, give me a second. These things I want to see built all over West Africa. You know. It's 220 volt. Look at that's not much screen. It's like you could actually create a dam. You create a dam, right? And when you have blockage and stuff like that, then that creates the pressure. You know, these things can be projects for you. That's what we want to work on. You know, I want to reach out to these people and do this, whatnot, and get them to come to Liberia.
Where is this happening? South America?
Yeah, they're all over the world. They're all over the world.
Elvis, be cool, man. Let's focus on what's going on, man. This is good stuff, man. You can learn a lot from this, man. Because what we talk about still is investment and industry and development.
This is what I would like to invest
You
in.
claim that there's a power issue, which I know there's a power issue. So we have to look at all aspects of how we can make electricity better, so we can bring in the other, bring in different industries in that needs power.
That's what look, I'm not against the idea. I'm asking questions to understand, Bumani.
But these are the type of questions. But
Kyle is teaching you right there. He's explaining how these things work, man. So sometimes you have to be the student, Elvis. I know you think you're a boss, but you got to really be the student and watch and learn.
I mean, I don't know what's wrong with you, dude. I used to think you're less petty than this, but you're quite a petty dude.
Whatever else.
You don't gotta defend him, Carl.
Hold on. They block the water out, right? And they let the water back in. That creates a friggin' pool, a catch pool, and that's what he's doing now. They have the water. He diverts the water while he's building, right? See, all that's.
Oh, somebody's saying that's a Chinese guy.
Teach Kala. Elvis, stop cutting them off. Teach Kala.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is Kala teaching me.
Someplace else, right? See, right there, they build a chapel so the water can pass through, right? And then divert the rest of it, so it won't thing like this. So this is a hydro dam, you know.
Okay, so how do you set up homes and factories to it?
You could build one of these things that could power a group of factories, stuff like that. Myanmar did it, you know. They went from a third world to basically building micro hydro because they got plenty of water.
So you say you have people who have the knowledge to build these things, Kala?
You can learn. This could be taught in a shop class, man. That's why we're talking about David Hitt now. We're talking about getting back into the skilled trades. We want this stuff to be taught in the schools in Liberia.
I'm just asking you if you know people who know how to do this. I'm just asking you.
Well, we're gonna have people come over and teach it. You know, how about that?
Okay. No, I'm not saying in the country right now, but just friends of yours, people of yours that you know who know how to build these kind of hydro.
Well, we had some contact with some Canadians, and I don't know. We couldn't make it happen.
So this is not even something. Do you know African Americans who know how to do this? I'm sure they do, but do you know any of them?
Your brother. I don't
know.
The Asian man is showing you on the video. I mean, it's simple, basic construction, and that's why we have to get more people into technical school and more people into learning trades, because the simple man sometimes have a hard.
I mean, this is something a mason could do. Somebody's laying, bricks and
I mean, you don't have to be a genius to do any of these things.
Remember we played that video
on YouTube videos,
We just see the building of it. We don't see how it generates electricity. We don't see how you can connect it and make a house and power a house.
Well, he's gonna show
He's
you
gonna
that.
get to that soon, but
At the end.
just like what I talked to you
He's gonna
about
show you that at the
tourism,
end.
you have to talk about. You have to focus on the foundation of the system that you're building, and the foundation that you're gonna get everything else. Watch like magic.
Remember when Dion showed that video of the dude taking old tires and building roads? Remember that?
Exactly. You gotta be. You gotta be innovative.
Building roads.
The world don't want to hear excuses. They want to hear innovation. When you're struggling, innovation.
Look at the dog. Like, what's going on here?
We are always driving around. We are a family HVAC business, and we are always in the field.
Basically, all the dam is a freaking wall.
And once you install the turbine system, that's how the electricity will be generated.
Yep.
That will create basically a water power plant system.
Yep.
The turbine is what generate engine, whether it's
turbine magnets and turbine turning together, basically copper turbines, creates electricity. Then it basically goes into the wattage, and that steps it up. It goes from wattage to voltage, and it steps it up. Watch, I'll show you.
There you go, my brother, and that's modern day technology right there. And literally, you have.
I live in America, right? A developed country, and I know more about this than the average person in the third world. That's a shame. They should know. They should be on YouTube. Like, how the fuck we could build our community up or not?
Brother,
So you saying you know how to do this, Carla?
It's hard to understand.
Well, I watched thousands of these videos. I pretty much had an idea.
So you know how to do it?
I'm a third grade.
I don't know if I can. If I can follow a video to a T, probably.
Okay. I just wondering if it's something that we can learn off YouTube and just start doing it. That would be great.
Oh, you learn on YouTube. You know how many people learn how to do stuff just by watching YouTube?
YouTube Studio. All major companies, like when I tell people when they buy technology equipment, all those major companies have videos.
No excuse to be ignorant, man.
No excuses to be ignorant. Absolutely. But even if you have a sixth grade,
you said you watch a lot of these videos. I'm just asking if you know how to do it.
I watch them all the time.
Easy, right?
Wani knows that.
That's what we do.
We show me videos all the
we
time.
Look at education.
So you think you and I can go to Liberia and build one of these?
Absolutely.
Yeah. There's no reason why you can't.
Yes.
No, you and me, Carla. We can go there and watch this video and build one of these.
He's building a slope to the dam, and then later on he's gonna lay in that dam. That turbine was gonna produce that energy, baby.
Yeah, me and Carla can do it, man. We can go there and get some cement, get some blocks, and build it.
You guys could do that, and then I'm a power plant technician. Literally, I'm one of those people that it's the same thing when you.
Carla, do you agree?
Yeah,
I'll come on your tour if you promise me that me and you will build one of these in Liberia.
And I'll do all the technical part and make sure the power plant.
You go on tour with us.
With the turbines.
That's my condition. We're gonna watch this exact video and build one of these and power a little factory.
You go on tour with us. You go on tour with us. How about that? You pay for a tour.
Yeah,
you have to sign a contract that we're gonna build one of these dams by looking at this video.
We're gonna do that, Elvis. But the thing of it is, you need to come to your own country because you don't know your own country, and we're gonna teach you.
But Monty, I don't know what's wrong with you, bro. You like talking shit, bro. And when I start talking shit back to you, Carla puts me in the back. So I'm not even going to engage with you because Carla worships you. He worships you already. So anytime I start getting on you, he's going to try to protect you.
Elvis, instead of you getting your aha moment, right? You're like, damn, you know, I bet you anything, this whole dam right here probably costs no more than like $10,000 for everything. You know?
That would
You
be
tell me
nice,
you ain't
Carla.
got $10,000.
I'm telling you, I don't know anybody who knows how to do this effectively. Just you're saying you watch a lot of
No,
these, and
and you watch it,
you can't say that you know how to
hey,
build it.
also, there's people.
Yo,
Look, there's people that build these
the
things
directions
that
are
go to
simple. We can do
countries,
this.
developing countries that build them for free.
Elvis,
You gotta want it though.
These things are known things that can be done. He's shown you.
We want to. That's what I'm saying. I want to know the capacity.
That
You
is
know,
one man.
if you
That is
build
one
it,
man.
can it power a house, a few
It's
10
gonna power
homes? Can it
it's gonna
power a
power a whole
factory?
town, brother. It's gonna
Power
power
a
a whole
village,
city.
man.
A whole
What are
city.
we watching?
You
This
talk
is a
about
guy that's
power.
building a mini
I mean,
hydro dam.
you can create a hydro dam or you can create a power plant.
Oh, okay, that's
We-
cool.
Those are some of the two best ways to get power. You got to pick your poison because it both have
This
the.
is a mini hydro dam. Now, one of our issues in Liberia, we have a large hydro dam, right? And during the rainy season, the water, dries out.
Well, that's
During the
because you
dry
guys
season, I
haven't
should
learned how
say.
to. Look, hold on, you could divert. Look, I'll show you one where you could take a pipe right to the river, no matter what Farmington River over there, and take a pipe right, run the pipe to another place like this, dig a trench, and you can build another one there. You know, as long as the water has a runoff back into the river. You got that too.
The
So it
thing of
doesn't
it is,
matter. As long as
exactly.
you
You have to
dig the pipe
recycle the
underwater,
water.
you always got a water pressure. Please, there's no excuse.
I mean, God, it looks easy, man. Let's do it. Let me go to your trip. Sign a contract with me. We're gonna build one of these dams before we come back.
Elvis, the thing is, you keep on trying to derail us with excuses, and every time you come up with excuses,
I'm putting forward a collaboration. It's not an excuse.
Turbine right here. There's a turbine right there.
There you go. There you go. Let's
Right
see how
there.
this baby work right there, baby. Woohoo!
Turbine. Okay.
That's a crazy electricity.
That is gonna generate the power, and once you connect it to, there you go. You're gonna see little by little. This is the magic maker, right? This is the difference maker.
The water pressure. See the water pressure basically, and you close those, and the water will go right through there and turn that thing, and it'll generate electricity.
And then you can keep on. You can literally recycle the water over and over and over by you have to create a different path where the water comes back over and over and over. So that will give you consistent power.
I can learn how to do this by going to Habitat for Humanity. They work on shit like this.
They bring the water back into the trench. See the water filling up.
That look like a mini version of the Akasambo Dam in Ghana.
Yep. And now that you can build like several of them. That's only like one. They can build like 4 turbines on that river. That river's big enough to put like 4 of them up there.
Yeah, it's nice, but I want to know the real power generation from it. Do you know the wattage or anything like that?
Electricity right there.
That's very cute, man. That thing, like you mentioned, you can add more turbines and you can build a bigger system, but that is a solution to the problem. Especially
Do they have these in like other countries? Have you seen them in Ghana or other places, Bomani?
They got them in
you know, there's a place called Alibaba. Alibaba, the Chinese man, the China man. There's nothing you can't get
buy all
from
the
them
equipment
people.
on Alibaba.
Every single equipment you need to do any of these projects, the China man can provide for you.
No, I'm saying, have you seen like these micro mini dams in other places in Africa? Bomani?
I don't know. And no one's ever tried to develop
only once or twice. I can't remember specifically.
Because I mean, it looks easy enough. But the key is,
you can build in an area. You can build like 10 of these in an area. You got electricity. You know.
I've seen huge dams. I've seen the one in in Egypt, the Akosombo Dam. I mean, I've seen dams in a few other countries, but this is a mini version that it's just a small version of that. So it's less issue on the people have issue with environmental stuff. The environmentalists.
They even got ones with the fish can flow through, Romani. Where the fish can
Then they
flow
flow
through, you
through and
know?
keep on flowing through until we need to snatch them
Okay,
up.
the guy is he's plugging in a light bulb here, right?
He's seeing if he can get power from it.
All right.
There you go. The amount of power. It worked.
Yeah, it works. Not just a light bulb, right?
Now with that, if you wanted to power a whole city, you add more turbines. You add a bigger turbine, you add more power. You add more.
That power a whole
infrastructure
village
to it.
right there.
That power your little shack there in Liberia.
Yeah, I gotta look into it because the size of that, we gotta know what kind of kilowatt it's outputting and how much like a regular home with like light bulb, maybe an AC unit or whatever it takes. But we should be seeing it more in Africa. If it's so easy to build and it would
Well,
help
hold
bring
on.
more
When they
electricity.
basically produce the
This could help.
voltage, whatever,
People just
they
keep on
basically
sending money
step
home,
it
and
up.
then there's no projects being built. So I mean,
Say that
that's
again, Carter.
we have to be focused, guys.
I said when you basically produce electricity, you can amp it up to produce a voltage like 100 times what the initial output is. That's how beautiful. Okay, here's another one
That's
right
what I'm
here.
saying. I just want to know what the output of that unit is because
It's like
if
200.
it can,
What you call it? Here's another one right here. Learn about micro debt. I want to. It's only 6 minutes. This is a good one. 6 minutes, but check this one out. So you learn something on this platform, man. Education.
Yes,
because
absolutely. Teach them,
we
man.
have electrical engineers, civil engineers.
They go
We
tell
have
teach
dudes. They
them,
be
but
building a lot of these in the country.
take care, family. I'm rolling out. On a note, yeah, take care. Good night. Be good.
All right, Romani, take care, brother.
To the highest level, man. I mean, you got some good vision for your country. Humble yourself, brother.
Over the ages, man has used water power to simplify many physical tasks. The most common application of hydropower has been on a huge industrial scale, which has resulted in the centralization of power generation with enormous dams and reservoirs. When you hear about renewable power, you generally hear about technologies of large wind farms, which are, again, centralized power generating on a massive scale, and huge solar arrays, which are of the same utility grade scale. I have said before that the movement of water on Earth is the largest movement of mass on Earth, and something we would be wise to capture. When hydropower is mentioned, it is usually said that the resource has already been maximized. There is seldom any mention of micro hydropower as a decentralized and viable means of harnessing
That's why
electric
Africa can't
capacity.
develop.
In this video, I'd like to discuss how I became proficient in the process of harnessing power from water. My own journey with micro hydropower generation began in the early 90s. We were fortunate to locate a remote off-grid property in Colorado which had abundant water flowing over it. In the last 26 years, we have harnessed micro hydropower with two very different yet very similar systems. The first system we installed in 1996 was supplied with spring water collected from two separate springs and transported in nearly a mile of 4-inch pipe. It was a direct drive system because we had adequate pressure, and it also fed a pond where we could raise trout. After 18 years of use, the springs began to lose the abundant flow due to an extended mega drought in the west and the installation of a pond which may have directed water away from our underground aquifer, which fed our springs. In 2013, we decided to make a substantial investment to upgrade the system by moving to a creek which ran on a piece of land which we purchased in the mid-90s. The new system would have a far greater output of power utilizing the original Pelton turbine and generator we had purchased in 1996. That is how the Mr. Hydrohead YouTube channel came into being. And in over 20 videos, we chronicled in detail the 2-year process of designing and building a new powerhouse, building a new 6-inch penstock, which would carry up to 300 gallons per minute, and also required a bridge we built across the creek. We created a new collection system in our upper meadow and installed a new power transmission line with a 480-volt transformer in the house. We also installed beneficial ways to put the power to use, supplying all our power needs. How did I feel confident enough to know that moving to the second system would work? In 1993, I was fortunate to discover and attend a course specific to microhydro at a place called Solar Energy International. It gave me a broad and solid basis of knowledge, and the instructors actually helped me design my first system and get a good deal on the equipment I would need. This past spring, I decided to re-attend the updated course at SEI. Their facility is located in Paonia, Colorado, where they offer classes primarily focusing on solar education and certification. However, they also offer this class in microhydro training. The course is taught by Ken Gardner, who is the licensed engineer you've seen in other videos on this channel.
Elvis, you should be writing this down, man, so you can get in touch with this guy. Help your country out, Elvis, you know? The video is called Mr. Hydrohead. I'm going to subscribe to it right now. There's somebody, people in developing countries and whatnot, you should be talking about, you know? Developing your, building your nations, you know? This is how you do it, you know? So you could basically, this guy could do this and have all the acres of land. Imagine what you can do in your home county of Grand Gita, bro. Build a hydro dam, whatever like that. You don't have to worry about Monrovia or LEC. You could even sell wattages and kilowatts back to the main grid, you know. So the Ross Colin went good the other day to some bullshit. Every time I'm talking about Black America, I'm doing some good shit, right? But when I start talking about everybody else, oh man, Colin, you're a mean tyrant, whatever like that. When I'm sitting there talking about Black America, oh yeah, you went from good, you know, yeah, of course. When I'm throwing Black America under the bus, everything is good, you know.
Kyla, I wanted to know though, right? Do you think if you invest in Liberia, your investment will be safe and you'll
I
get a
don't
good
know.
return on it?
Look. I'll be honest with you. I'm looking at Africa in general. I don't really, like I said, the only way I can do invest in Liberia, if I basically do something like I get land and whatnot, and I basically got fully everything to put on the land and build housing, industrial zones, stuff like that. Because all this stuff right here with the power plant and stuff like that, I already have that mapped out. But will I be able to do it? They don't have a return on my investment, you know, because, you know, the land will have value because you talk about selling land that's on a grid, sort of, you know, then you have an investment, you know. But that's going to take deep pockets and everything. You really got to come up with real money to invest in Africa.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, people talk things like the average person has a couple $100,000 to invest. People got, you know how we earn money in this country. We don't just have money sitting there. We earn
But the
money
thing is, though, when you
on
talk
a
about
weekly,
investing,
bi-weekly basis.
look, if you can get 100 people to commit to $1,000, you got it, you know. And then you don't take the $1,000, $100,000, you buy a hedge fund, right? And or stocks, bond, a portfolio, and then as a portfolio, let's say it turns 11% a year, you could borrow against that for the next 3 years. Let's say you guaranteed to get 11% a year. You can go ahead and just take out a loan against that thing because the collateral is secured. You know, so there's ways to invest. You know, but you got to get people together. You know, and so we got to get people together. And money's there. When I ain't talking about individual put 100,000, but you got to build a portfolio, and that's what I want to do. You know, that's why I said a stock exchange would be a good idea. You know, investment clubs and all stuff like this. You know, where you got $100,000. If you get 100 people, you know, with $1,000 a piece, that's $100,000 to start off with. You could turn that into $1 million in 5 years. You know, there's ways of doing it, man. You know, as long as the U.S. dollar is a currency reserve. Now, if you were using the naira or a CD, that would be impossible because it doesn't have the value that the U.S. dollar. But black people in America, yeah, they can do that because they got the U.S. dollar. You know. Anyway, fellas, it's late at night. I'm tired. I've been working all day. I want to go to bed. So you guys have a good night. I'll see y'all next time. Y'all have a good night.